Okay, yeah. Today I will be moderating the session, how Israel is preventing a future life in Gaza. And first of all, I would love just to say a few words as a Palestinian woman from the Gaza Strip. And first, I would love to introduce myself. My name is Tamam. I'm a Palestinian woman born and raised in Jabalia refugee camp in the Gaza Strip. And unfortunately, I have to speak here with you and before you with a very heavy heart, compelled once again to speak about the ongoing genocide of my home city against my own people. Truly, when I received the conference, the invitation of the conference, I found myself questioning how on earth are we still gathering around discussions and workshops and questions while Israel continues to kill, mass annihilate, starve an entire population. After Israel killed 31 members of my family, the last one was killed just 6 days ago. His name is Abdullah Abu Salama. After witnessing the total destruction of everything my parents have once owned with their very hardworking, and after I saw every home, school, hospital, clinic, church, mosque I was once at erased, I think it's very clear to everyone that what has been happening for the past months goes beyond the definition of genocide. And this demands us to reconsider and redefine the word, the very meaning of the word genocide. That being said, it's very important to highlight that this ongoing genocide is just a part of a broader strategy of the Zionist project aimed at sustaining and expanding its existence and presence, which of course wouldn't be here today without the active and unconditional support of Europe. Again, Israel atrocities haven't started on 7th of October. It started in 1948 and even before. It started with the very foundation of Israel that came as a result of systematic campaign of ethnic cleansing against us, the Palestinian people. Israel's campaign of ethnic cleansing has never stopped. It has continued in different forms and using different methods. This includes settlement expansion, home demolitions, revocation of construction permits, blockade, aggressions on Gaza, and so on and so forth. And what we have been seeing, genocide is just the last chapter of another method of the Zionist project. Indeed, Israel's tactics have changed over decades, but its very basic and main objective has always remained the same, which is undermining the very Palestinian existence. I think we're all at loss of words, but here, as we are in this EU institutions at the European Parliament, I think we have to ask a very fundamental question. Will the international community, including the European Union, finally intervene to protect whatever left of our humanity, of our international order, including its justice mechanisms, and uphold the Palestinian right to self-determination and ensure accountability? Or will the European Union and other international actors continue to just manage the status quo of Zionism and colonialism in a superficial way, just by providing solution to colonialism? I'll leave you today with these two questions, and I hope we all continue with them. And I'm very pleased and honored to be today with Dr. Ahmed Mughrabi and Sahar Francis and Omar Firwati. And with me also online, with us also online, the doctor and Israeli historian, Ilan Pappé. And for those who don't know Ilan Pappé, he's an Israeli historian and political scientist. He's also known as one of the new historians who has challenged the Israeli official narrative. He has argued that the foundation of the State of Israel is a result of a deliberate, systematic campaign of ethnic cleansing against the Palestinian people. He has also underlined that the ongoing genocide in Gaza is not an isolated incident, but it is a continuation and intensification of the very logic of the Zionist project. And I think this is a very good start for our panel today. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Ilan Pappé.
Thank you,
the floor is yours, and you have 15 minutes. Let's try it.
Okay, by all means. Can you all hear me? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Nobody says anything. Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me. Apologies that I could not be with you, but I'm glad that I have an opportunity to share with you some of my views. And let me start directly with the topic, as I'm sure you already heard quite a lot yesterday, and you're going to hear quite important things today. The main argument I've made recently in several articles, and one which will also appear in more detail in a book that will be coming out in October 2025, is that we are at the end of a very dark chapter in the history of modern Palestine, probably the darkest chapter in the history of that country since the arrival of Zionism in Palestine in the late 19th century. It is a chapter that probably began before 1948, but its most formative moment was the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948. But that ethnic cleansing was a result of prior historical processes that matured in 1948 and enabled the Zionist movement and its military forces to expel half of Palestine's population and destroy half of Palestine's villages and most of its urban space. And I think it's important to look at these wider historical processes, even in a moment where the near future, and I would not deny that when talking about the near future, so even at the moment when we look at the near future, we would be unrealistic and irresponsible for giving false hope that there are any significant dynamics of change that can transform the reality in historical Palestine in the next year or two. Of course, as activists, we are doing and we will do all we can to make sure that this grim perspective is not true, or at least that we have a way of influencing it in some way to limit the carnage, the bloodshed, and the suffering. But we have to be realistic about our abilities to change realities in the very near future. What the perspective of a long historical view gives us, to my mind, is that we are able to see wider historical processes that may have some positive potential in the future. And I will mention them very shortly. To understand that, we have to go back to the very idea of Zionism as a European solution for a European problem. The European problem was racism towards Jews, anti-Semitism, that Europe was unable to solve and led to the genocide of the Jews in many parts of Europe in the Second World War. The solution that was concocted by mainly Christian evangelical dignitaries, politicians, strategies, and quite a lot of important members of Jewish communities was that since Europe cannot integrate the Jews of Europe in any positive way, the best solution is to ship the Jews outside of Europe and allow them to colonize part of the Arab world and to help them build a European state instead of the Europe that didn't want them, at the heart of the Arab world, at the heart of the Muslim world, against the will of the indigenous native people of Palestine. And from the very beginning, it was clear that for such a project you need force, because it was immoral. It was also impractical in many ways. It was definitely illegal and illegitimate, but nonetheless, with power, especially in the mid of the 20th century, you could achieve a lot. And that enabled to build, first of all, a foothold for a Jewish European state in the midst of the Arab world, and later on to sustain it. And with the violence that was used in order to establish this European solution, two important things happened. One, Europe never dealt properly not only with anti-Semitism to this very day, it didn't deal properly with racism. Instead of dealing with racism against Jews inside Europe, they exported the problem of the Jews and imposed it on other people. And the second result was that the Palestinians, like any other colonized people, began an anti-colonial resistance movement, and the more violent the oppression became, also the more violent the resistance became. And that is nothing unique, nothing exceptional. It happened in all the anti-colonialist liberation struggle. So in this respect, the 7th of October itself was not a surprise, namely the attack of the Hamas, and unfortunately also the genocidal reaction by Israel was not a surprise. Probably the only surprise we have from where we are in this historical chapter is by the European indifference, especially the West European indifference, especially the EU indifference, that might have been explained in 1948 for the lack of knowledge, and explained from 48 until 2023 because Israeli actions were more incremental than dramatic, but cannot be explained when a genocide is daily screened on our smartphone, television, and so on. It's very clear that European politicians know exactly what's happening, but they suffer from moral panic. Moral panic is the moment where your value system really is tested in a way that might cause you your career, your jobs, your friends, your reputation. And most people, unfortunately, at such a moment, and that happened in the Second World War, and it's happening now, don't have the courage to stand up to their own values and prefer their own political career and find it far more important and existential than their moral positions. Most European politicians suffer from moral panic when it comes to Palestine. Also, most European academics suffer. There it's a bit less surprising because academic courage is an oxymoron anyway. But it's something that we will have to talk about, I'm sure, in the future. Nonetheless, despite of all that, there is a limit to how much power you can use in order to impose an idea that is alien to an area, that needs all the time financial, military support, and is resisted by the people who are the victims of that project. And it seems that we can see now 4 or 5 major processes taking place that indicate that the Zionist project is imploding from within, is disintegrating from within, a kind of a civil war between secular and religious Jews that is tearing the Israeli Jewish society apart, an economic crisis that Israel cannot overcome without huge financial support from a United States that doesn't seem to have anymore the financial means to support Israel. That reminds us very much of the American decisions about South Vietnam in the past. We are talking about a military capacity that has proven to be very, very questionable, given the fact that this very formidable army could hardly defeat one militia group in Gaza that had no aircrafts, no tanks, and so on, and another one in Lebanon. This is something that led to a crisis of confidence in Israel and its own army's ability to defend the state. And we have a we have a real crisis of the Israeli economic and cultural elite living in their hundreds of thousands Israel. We don't know the exact number because it's a secret. The Israeli Bureau of Statistics is hiding from us, but it's very clear that a very substantial section of the Israeli economic and cultural elite has already left the country, and it's like all populist regimes, the one we have now in Israel, they are also characterized by incompetence to run an economy, to run an army, and to run a state. So the disintegration will, to my mind, be inevitable in the next 10 or 15 years. To this, we should add the increased international isolation of Israel in the civil society that historically we know eventually does influence politics from above. The change in the perception of young Jews, especially in the United States, about their own link to Zionism in Israel will be a very important factor in adding to the collapse of the project of Zionism. It's very difficult to predict, and I'm not going to predict how it's going to happen, when it's going to happen, but I'm very, very confident that it is going to happen. There's too many indications, and I'm saying it as an analyst, not as an activist. I would also say that the fact that the Palestinian resistance movement is still resilient, the national movement is still there, especially among the young generation. There is definitely determination to continue the struggle and be resilient. But it is fair enough to say that the Palestinian national movement lacks an infrastructure, it lacks organization, it lacks unity, which means that a disintegration can create a vacuum. And if a vacuum is not filled, the disintegration can be a long, unfortunate period of instability, bloodshed, and carnage, as we have seen when we saw the disintegration of Syria in the last 10, 12 years, or as we have watched the disintegration of places such as Libya and Yemen. So we have to be aware that the disintegration or the weakness of a certain regime does not by itself ensure its replacement by a better regime unless there is preparedness and strategic thinking that is ready for the moment in history when it is able to take over from an existing regime. Europe has a very important role to play in order that the disintegration would turn into a very positive future. Europeans should seize, and especially West Europe, should seize viewing itself as a mediator, as a facilitator of negotiation, which is the historical role it played for many years, and become the defender of the Palestinians due to its own complicity in creating the problem in the first place. We need a European commitment to defend the Palestinians, also in order that we might still salvage, which I'm not sure we can, the international legal system that has totally broken down due to what's happening in Gaza. The global South has lost its confidence in this system. If the system Europe created with the United States after the Second World War had any chance to be universal, it could have shined through its position on the genocide in Gaza. But it totally failed in doing so. And that means that without a proper international legal system, we also don't have international collaboration on global issues such as global warming, poverty, and immigration. So it's much more than that. I would end with something more optimistic. I think there is a direct connection between our ability to change the essence of politics, to re-inject morality and moral values and humanity into politics, which are factors or elements that are missing from our political systems, whether we are talking about democracies or we're talking about autocratic systems. The more we will be able to inject these values back to what politics is all about, the more likely we are to shorten the period of disintegration and create the conducive conditions for building a much better future. The less we are able to do it and we give in to populist, fascist, and non-democratic forces, then the more immunity Israel has to continue its policy of the elimination of the Palestinians, which its current government believes it has now an historical opportunity to do so. We should therefore see our struggles against injustice, the moral corruption of politics as a struggle not only for Palestine, but for a much better world. I do believe that the younger generation in Europe and elsewhere, and definitely the Palestinian one, has the ability, has the energy to do it. They just have to be ready to be part of the political elites and not just criticize them in order to enable a change on the ground as soon as possible. I think I've now overrun my 15 minutes, so I will stop here and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the Palestinian youth is much more organized than ever now, especially with the level of brutality and barbarism we have been seeing. Violence only reproduces much more anger, determination, and commitment to the struggle of the liberation of our people and our land. And we're here, we were there, we're here, and we will always be there. Now I hand over to Dr. Ahmed Mughrabi, who arrived to Belgium just 5 months ago. He was before a Palestinian surgeon who served as the head of the plastic and reconstructive surgery department of Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, where he provided a critical aid to patients. He stayed in the hospital until it was besieged. Then he had to take the difficult decisions, like many other Palestinians from Gaza who were privileged, to flee to Egypt to ensure the safety of his family. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. I'm so happy to be among all of you here. And I have a message for you from Gaza. I want to tell all of you that Gazan people are peaceful people. They love you, really. They see you, they watch you, actually. They are fully of hope, actually, to get rid of this genocide. They like, people of Gaza, they like life, they want to live in peace, and we want this nightmare to be ended as soon as possible. To be honest, okay. To be honest, myself, I used to be the chef of plastic reconstructive and burn surgery in Gaza. I used to work at Al-Shifa Hospital. You know that everybody knows Al-Shifa Hospital. It is the main hospital in Gaza. I used to work for 16 years at Al-Shifa Hospital. Then in 2021, I went to Nasser Hospital where I became the chef of the department there. So myself, I'm Gazan. I came from Gaza. I finished my bachelor degree 2002 from Ukraine. I traveled around many parts of this world where I get my training. I was in Ukraine, India, Malaysia, Singapore, Italy, UK, where I did my master degrees, Morocco, everywhere. So I have big experience around this world. Finally, I settled in Gaza with my family, decided to help my people. I remember I finished my second master degree 2008, and I established a good service even in Gaza. I used to have my private clinic in beautiful Gaza. We used to do hair transplant. We used to have to do all beautiful cosmetic things, you know, like liposuctions, all cosmetic procedures. As I told you, Gazan people, they are highly educated people. They like peace. They like life, okay? And they aim actually for peace. So now, okay, next please. Next. See, Gaza community, Gaza is a small country, is a small village even we can see, where is 2 million inhabitants used to live in Gaza. We used to be very, very cooperative community, okay, lovely community, peaceful community. And everybody knows that election, Palestinian election that happened in 2006. And when Hamas came to the parliament, Palestinian parliament, the strict siege imposed over Gaza. We have been living under strict siege since 2006. Everybody knows that, okay? And we can't hide that. Everybody knows. Myself, that time I used to work at Al-Shifa Hospital. And I remember, next please, I remember the first war, while I was working at Al-Shifa Hospital in 2009, suddenly, the IDF decided to launch or commence a war. Suddenly. I remember my children used to be at schools. Myself, I used to be working at the Al-Shifa Hospital, and suddenly, yes, you have a war. I remember this war lasted for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. I got injured on my scalp. I got 4 stitches on my scalp while I was working at my burn department. Okay, they decided to bomb one mosque near to the Al-Shifa Hospital. I got injured. That was after 2 weeks of this war. And that's it. I have lived many wars, and not wars, aggression on Gaza. 2009, 12, 14, 18, 21, finally 23. I have a big experience of these aggressions against civilians in Gaza. Next, please. See, this picture belonged to 2009. 2009, with me, this is Mads Gilbert. Everybody knows Mads Gilbert. He's an Armenian anesthesia doctor. He came to Gaza to help us in 2009. And by the way, I published many publications, articles. If you Google my name, I published about white phosphorus weapons. These prohibited weapons, first time used against Gazan in 2009. It is a prohibited weapons. And this child in front of you, you see here, if you see here on the table, she's the only survivor. Siba, her name's Siba, there, used to be the only survivor of her family, okay? That time they used white phosphorus burn, and that time we couldn't recognize what the IDF are using against us. We didn't know what the type of weapon. And Mads Gilbert came, I remember, to my burn department, and we saw one patient actually presented with burns, and we wanted actually to do dressing for her body, for her wounds, and it was like a dense smoke coming from her wounds. I was shocked. It is bad smell of this smoke, and I didn't know what is that. I asked Mads Gilbert, he said, oh my God, this is a white phosphorus, which has been used in Iraq and Afghanistan. Now they are using this against you in Gaza. And we reported that, and I published articles about usage of these prohibited weapons that time in 2009. We are not speaking about 2023 October, I'm speaking earlier. Next, please. See, I'm here presenting my home. This is my house. Me, I'm Dr. Mugrabi. I don't belong to any political parties. I'm a cosmetic surgeon. Can you see my house? See, they say they are targeting, See, this is the whole neighborhood. Actually, there are here, if you look, 3-4 houses destroyed. All my neighborhood destroyed. Many families wiped out during the attack of my neighborhood, including my house, my family house. That was, I remember, like maybe they targeted my house end of October. I left Gaza. Me as a plastic surgeon, as a chef of plastic surgery at Nasser Hospital, I left my city, Gaza, around like 12th of October to south of Gaza to work at my department, as it was impossible actually to stay in Gaza as they started bombing the whole neighborhoods. The whole neighborhoods. I'm speaking to you now every minute, actually, every minute, believe me, literally, every minute we have families are passing away. Families. I just came here, I opened my WhatsApp group, Abu Mahdi families, wiped out. Last news, can you believe 65,000 of children so far presented to our hospitals complaining from hunger, from malnutrition, out of 1.1 million children. Can you believe that? Within 40 days, as they blocked everything, no food, nothing can enter Gaza. Since more than like 50 days, nothing. Still my relatives, cousins, everybody of my family there in Gaza, they are complaining to me. They are dying from hunger. They don't have anything to eat. We are watching them dying. This is happening now while we are speaking. Next, please. This is my hospital, and here is Gaza. As you see, it's Gaza, a small village, 40 kilometers. What are you talking about? Soon will be 2 years as this genocide going on in Gaza, in front of our eyes. See? Small piece, and everybody saw on the media how many tons of these bombs have sent to Gaza, more than Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What a shame, really, what a shame. Me as a surgeon, I used to work at the operative theater. I used to sleep and woke up at the operative theater. Myself, I used to work as a consultant also with MSF France. You know MSF France? Next, please. I used to be a consultant for MSF France. I used to sleep only on the floor at the operative theater. And barely I could sleep 1 hour, 2 hours per day. Every second, every minute I used to have patients. Dr. Mugrabi woke up. We have 10 patients, we have 20 patients. I used to perform around 30 cases per day. I'm speaking about plastic and reconstructive surgery. I don't speak about general surgery, orthopedic, neurosurgery. So can you play the video, please, so you will know how I work. My video, I film.
Today is Saturday. This boy, 14 years old, actually killed by a sniper at the hospital. Actually, they killed him by a sniper. Here was the battle, a real battle here. See, place is empty. Used to be full of people, and there got injured one of our friends.
Just I entered the building, the snipers shooted 3 people, 3 young people, and this means that nobody should use this corridor anymore. And now I'm completely trapped at this medical building, so we are away from the tanks only 50 meters.
ايش ماله ايش ماله ايش مالك ايش مالك This is my first case today. Morning.
Here, first time of my life, I see which called burn to the bone. Here is the bone.
Burning children's.
2 years old child. Israeli forces burned this child. See? They send a hostage with cuffed hands to the hospital, asking him to tell us that we should evacuate. And when people started really evacuating, they opened fire and they shooted at the people, and they killed the hostage also, that already sent by the IDF at the gate of the hospital. And how to say it? Everybody, they just attack. I think we will see what is falling. See? The ceiling here fall down, falling down. وين ضربوا؟ هذيك الضربة هذيك. It's very near to the hospital, as you see the smoke there. Just as you see, nearby bombing. And for me, actually, it's better to die here at Nasser Hospital rather.
Next, okay. Here I filmed my daily life at the besieged hospital. The hospital used to be besieged for 3 weeks, since 23 of January till mid of February, until they entered and they invaded the hospital. Actually, I would love to show my family if there is slides for my family. As you see, this is my 3 years old daughter Siba. She's used to be fatigued because we didn't have anything to eat. Can you believe that? She used to be all the time fatigued, couldn't move, because we didn't have anything to eat. All the time, especially last week of the siege, she used to ask something to eat. I couldn't provide anything to my child to give her to eat. She's about to die from hunger. And can you believe what is my feeling that time? My patients used to die from hunger also. We didn't have any medical supplies like IV solutions to give patients, and my patients used to pass away because we didn't have medicine during this siege. I spoke with everybody, MSF, ICRC, human rights in this world. Nobody actually responded to my call because they couldn't enter the hospital, because the hospital used to be under a strict IDF siege, and we are about to die from hunger. This is my child. As you see, she's about to die from hunger. I couldn't give anything my child to eat. This is the kind of life you used to have. And in the video, have you seen this messenger with white coat? They sent this messenger actually to tell us that you have to evacuate the hospital. After he came to the hospital and he said to us, you should evacuate the hospital. They killed him. Have you seen his dead body?
Human shield.
Yes, they killed him. They killed him after he delivered the message. At the midnight, actually, they attacked my department, the third floor. They killed patients and they entered the hospital. I consider myself lucky to escape through the checkpoint. It was 2 a.m. midnight, cold. At the checkpoint, will you show the checkpoint, please, where they execute people? This is actually not our checkpoint. This is random checkpoint there. I think maybe this is middle part of Gaza. But at the checkpoint, you have to they check everybody. You have to stand in front of special camera for 30 seconds until clear you. Okay. I have some stories from my own patients who used to evacuate from Gaza to south of Gaza. One woman, she told me they took my son, my husband, and they executed my husband and my son near to the checkpoint. And she heard the gunshot. And when they entered Nasser Hospital, they executed patients on their beds, on the ICU. These IDF soldiers. And everybody saw on the media how many graves we found inside Nasser Hospital. What they have done at Nasser Hospital and Al Shifa Hospital also, at the All Hospital. It is if there is a word more than genocide, yeah, we shall use more than this word. Really, what I have witnessed, it's horrible. I couldn't sleep because of continuous coming patients. See, 100, 150, 200 patients, as a mass casualty patients used to come and attend to the emergency department. And how would you act with this? Patients used to sleep. Patients used to be at the corridors, at the floors, everywhere at the hospital. Can you believe? Where is the humanity? I'm asking, where is the humanity? What is going on in our world? Are we crazy? Why this is happening? Why? Nobody can stop these criminals. Nobody can stop these crimes. Really, we should do something to stop these crimes against these civilians. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. Gaza is a small village. It's not a big country like Germany, France, whatever. It's a small village. And how? I don't know. It's crazy. I'm psychologically ill of what I have witnessed, of what I have seen, of injuries. All types of injuries I have seen. All types. I've been to India, London, everywhere, but in Gaza, this first time I saw such injuries. I have never witnessed such crimes. Really, it's pity for my heart. See how many medical personnel have been killed. Everybody knows Adnan al-Burj, who has been killed inside IDF prison. This Adnan al-Burj actually used to be my friend, and he did his training in UK at King's Hospital. He used to be the head of orthopedic department. 3 of plastic surgeons, my colleagues, have been killed with their families. I'm not speaking about nurses and etc. When I fled to Rafah, it's more than 15 minutes. When I fled to Rafah, I wanted to go to a Masaf shelter. On my way, they attacked on Al-Mawasi, the shelter of Amasaf. They said, no, I'm not going to Al-Mawasi shelter. That was in Rafah. They said, okay, Dr. Mughrabi, we will take you with your family to another shelter in Rafah. I went to that shelter. After like 1 week, okay, they attacked just near to the shelter. All windows broken. Oh, my wife, my children used to be scared. Okay, I decided to go inside Rafah and I built my own tent. There is a video actually for my tent and my life inside this tent. No place is safe there. No safe place in Gaza. No safe. They are attacking shelters. They are attacking all these NGOs, internationals. No. There is no red lines. They don't care. Everyone is a target. They targeted everybody. No red lines. tents everywhere. I consider myself lucky, actually. I consider myself as a genocidal survivor. As a genocidal survivor. 70% of Al-Mughrabi family have been killed, of my relatives, during this genocide. No words actually to describe what kind of hell is going on in Gaza. We are speaking now to you, and people are dying from hunger. Every minute, every second, every minute, one family, new family are passing away. Without any reason. Without any reason. They are civilians, innocent people. They are innocent. So please, we have to do something to stop this genocide. We have to do something, not just speaking. See, everybody sending these weapons to Israel in front of our eyes. Why? Okay. I'm so sorry, maybe I have taken more than 15 minutes. I'm so happy really to speak out, to meet all of you, to tell the truth. Really, I would love to speak more and more and more about my testimony and what I have witnessed. There are a lot, if I want to speak, maybe I will speak month and month about these crimes that I have witnessed in Gaza. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Palestinians indeed have engaged in all forms of emotional labor, educational labor, raising awareness activities and advocacy and reporting and documentations for decades, for the whole world to see, to acknowledge their humanity. But apparently, I think what we have seen is just ongoing indifference, hypocrisy, and double standards, especially here in the EU. And now I will head over to the lawyer, Sahar Francis. She's a Palestinian lawyer and human rights advocate. She has been engaged with the issue of Palestinian prisoners for over 30 years. She is especially specialized in legal issues related to torture, administrative detention, and fair trial rights of Palestinian prisoners. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Is it okay? You can. Good morning, and it's really so difficult to speak after Dr. Al-Mughrabi. But believe me, in all my 30 years working with prisoners, I was never witnessing the level of torture, abuses, sexual harassment, ill treatment, killings, torturing to death for so many Palestinian prisoners as it happened in the last 2 years, 1 year and a half actually. And first, allow me to attribute this speech today in the memory of Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, who was killed under torture. You cannot imagine the testimonies of the detainees we met after his death without knowing that he died out of torture. They were asking if he's still alive, if he could survive that or not. And just a couple of days after our visit, the Israeli authorities announced his passing. So He's not the only one. They arrested hundreds of medical personnel. They tortured most of them very severely. How I can forget Walid Daqqa, the most prominent detainee that I've ever met in my 30 years of work. He was one of the first. He was one of the first very well, highly educated detainees that he educated himself inside prison. Walid was arrested so young when he was sentenced for life sentence, and he was passing away because of health neglect, systematic health neglect policy implemented inside the Israeli prisons without allowing his wife to meet him for the last 1 year because they decided to close all the prisons after the war started, the genocidal war, and Walid passed away 1 year before his release, before the end of his imprisonment, and his body is still held with the Israeli side with other 75 prisoners' bodies that the Israeli authority is refusing to give back to their families. How I cannot remember Sheikh Khadr Adnan, that in the 1st of May would be the 2nd year of his passing after 87 days of hunger strike, where he kept in isolation and he died alone under hunger strike against the arbitrary detention, against the policy of administrative detention, where he used hunger strike at least 6 times against his administrative detention several times, and at the end he collapsed and he died alone in his cell, and his body is still kept with the Israeli side. These are just very simple examples about what hundreds of thousands of prisoners were getting through all these decades. It didn't start on the 7th of October. All of you know that the occupation started much longer, that all this story started much before 48 even. And we heard yesterday all the legal discussions and the academic discussion about the decisions, the ICJ, the ICC, the UN resolutions, and what we should do. I'm not going to repeat all what was done yesterday. But be assured that Israel systematically violated, since day one of the occupation, all the list, the whole list. You can track the whole list of war crimes and crimes against humanity in all the textbooks, in the 4th Geneva Convention, all the Geneva Conventions, in the ICC Charter, in all the other treaties and international law and the UN decisions. And yet, without any accountability, without any serious accountability, and this is why they are freely implementing this genocide in front of our eyes without any hesitation, because they are very sure that no one will find them accountable, never ever. Are we going to allow this? Are we going really to live in this world where we witness the collapse of the international order and the international human rights? How many times me personally sit here in these rooms, in this building, and talk to you about the military court system, about the military laws, about the administrative detention, about the torture policies and the health neglect, about the arrest of children and women and elderly. How many times? What happened? How many decisions came from this House, the Parliament, the European Parliament, against arbitrary detention and the policy of the administrative detention? What the EU did on Israel practicing administrative detention after all these decades? Nothing. It was enough with issuing statements or resolutions without any teeth to be implemented on the ground, so it can affect our daily life. So it can really send us a clear message that you have a will to implement in equal ways the standards of international law and human rights law. All these issues of the crimes that were committed in the last 1 year and a half against the Palestinian prisoners are not new. All these policies and practices that were actually used against the Palestinian prisoners since ever. The torture, the stressful position, all these kind of violations, we all documented and reported. What happened after the 7th of October is just escalation of all these things. And they immediately, believe me, on the 7th of October, they declared the emergency situation and they started amending every and each law and procedure related to the prisons, the imprisonment, the trials, in order to make it more difficult and in order to keep as much as they can prisoners inside the prisons. And they immediately launched mass arrest campaigns in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, even inside the State of Israel, against Palestinians in 48 areas. They arrested so far more than 15,000 Palestinians, and this is not including all the detainees from the Gaza Strip, because against the Gaza prisoners, there was a systematic policy of forcible disappearances. Hundreds of cases, we don't know where these people disappeared. We don't know if they were killed, if they were buried somewhere in a grave, in collective grave side, or if they are arrested, because when we are trying to locate detainees, we still discover that they're hiding information. Like several organizations, Palestinian organizations, are dealing with prisoners. One organization will receive an information that the person don't appear in the system. A week after, they will inform another organization, no, he's arrested in Ofer. How you would be sure that the information that they are sharing with us is accurate to this level? I wanted just to quote from yesterday in relation to the ICJ decision in July about the illegality of the occupation, that the occupation is one manifestation of the act of aggression. And it says all what we need as a legal framework to answer the question what we are supposed to do. Because this means all what Israel was doing since day one in the occupied territories is illegal, no matter what. And all this should stop, and they should be accountable, and they should compensate, including the military court system, the development of more than 2,000 military orders that controls every aspect of our daily life. This is what is called the persecution of the whole society. How you develop a legal system that is used to oppress actually the society. This is the apartheid. This is what we were calling and describing for decades, much before the genocide. And this is why we were begging you to realize that Israel is implementing an apartheid ethnic cleansing system, colonization in the Palestinian land. Now we cannot ignore it. Now, because so many lives are lost, I decided not to go into much details about the situation of the prisoners, because I don't think we can. It's not about comparison. The internet, the social media, you can find lots of information about the prisoners and what's going on in relation to torture and all the ill treatment they faces. But I will show some of the pictures later, not now, about, and this could be examples of what they faced in these months. But the main policies that were implemented, as I said, immediately they closed all the prisons and they cancelled all the family visits, including the lawyers' visits, and the International Committee of the Red Cross, that is, by the way, till today, are banned from visit inside the prisons. They started immediately with the attacks on the cells using lots of violence, killing detainees under these violent attacks. As we said, forcible disappearances, solitary confinement against mostly the leaders of the prisoners' community, starvation against prisoners still used very systematically. You will see pictures of detainees that they lost more than 30 kilograms. In some of the cases, these detainees that I know them personally since so many years, I couldn't recognize them when they were released. The health neglect policy that caused the death with the torture, so far more than 65 detainees lost their lives inside the prison. These are the people that we know their identity. There's hundreds of detainees that still we don't know if they are alive or if they died, especially from the Gaza Strip. So what we can do, how we are going to continue with this situation. I think, and I totally agree with Ilan, that Europe has much responsibility and has the power to do it if they have the political will, really, to force Israel to stop all this. And we, the activists, the people who care about our humanity and our values, we should find every way, every platform, every tool that we can use in order to make this pressure on the decision-making level, on the political leaders of these countries, to take the political will and to start actions and not to remain just condemning and issuing statements. It's very important to say that you should never stop speaking about this situation, about the genocide, because check around you in the mainstream media in your countries. Do you hear about the genocide in Gaza anymore? No. So we have to continue speaking about what's going on there. We have to ask, I'll stop here by just the main demand for the prisoners. Remember that the ICJ decided that the occupation is illegal. Israel has 1 year in order to finish all this, including the military court system. This means all the 10,000 prisoners should be released immediately with ending the occupation, and they should be compensated. And allow me just to show one picture, like the picture of the boy if we can see the video. This is one of the children that was released in the exchange deal, and he was affected by the scabies. And just remember, 2 weeks ago, we lost Palestinian child, 17 years old Walid from Silwad village, that he was, after the starvation policy, he couldn't survive the scabies. In the 21st century, people die out of scabies.
Thank you very much, Sahar.
Just give me the short video.
Do we have time to show? Maybe we can come later to it. Okay.
Don't worry, later maybe in the break.
This is a very emotional topic to me. I am also a daughter of a former political prisoner who spent over 18 years in the Israeli jails. And I grew up listening to these to his testimonies of systematic abuse, torture, sexual abuse, physical beatings, literally all forms of abuse, and it does continue until today in even a much more intensified way. So thank you very much, Sahar. Now I will head over, I will give the floor to Omar Ferwati. He's an assistant director with the Forensic Architecture. Among several investigations in Gaza, he could work entitled Cartography of Genocide, an extensive report and online mapping database, especially analyzing and documenting Israel's military conduct in Gaza since October 2023. And his work has been submitted as a legal reference in international and European courts. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm coming with Forensic Architecture. We are a research group based in the UK at Goldsmiths, University of London. We investigate state crimes and human rights violations using spatial and interdisciplinary methods that we have developed over the past 15 years. Our work has been referenced and submitted in evidence. It's not working? It's working, but yeah. Okay. No problem. It's better? Well, I don't know.
Maybe try with the other one. Try with
Should we do both?
Yeah.
Yeah? Speak a bit closer? Okay. All right. So our work has been referenced and submitted as evidence in national and international courts, including the European Human Rights Court, the International Criminal Court, and the International Court of Justice. We have been documenting and analyzing the conduct of the Israeli military since it began its campaign in Gaza in October 2023 in a series of public reports. We do our work by verifying, geolocating, and mapping thousands of incidents together with satellite imagery analysis, 3D reconstructions of incidents, and listening, very importantly, to testimonies of Palestinians. Our most significant project is a cartography of genocide, which includes an 827-page report at the request of the legal team representing South Africa at the ICJ and published in October. Its title was A Spatial Analysis of the Israeli Military's Conduct in Gaza since October 2023. The project also includes a live online mapping database, which allows anyone to inspect the incidents we have verified and mapped, as well as the patterns we have identified. By patterns, we mean the order of repetition of same, similar, or related incidents at different times and places. These patterns are evidence of state policies because in the overlap of attacks on everything from civilian infrastructure to hospitals, you can read what is isolated and incidental and what is by design. In our analysis, we have found and continue to find that Israel's conduct in Gaza indicates a systematic and organized campaign to destroy life, the conditions necessary for life, and life-sustaining infrastructure. We've analyzed and documented Israel's actions in 6 categories: spatial control, displacement, agriculture and water, medical infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, and humanitarian aid. Because Israel's campaign is ongoing and the conditions of life in Gaza are rapidly deteriorating alongside it, as it has been for 18 months, I'll begin with Israel's most recent actions in each area and situate them in the patterns of Israel conduct in the last 18 months. First, Israel has imposed a system of spatial control on Gaza, destroying agricultural lands and buildings to create infrastructure for a long-term military presence, including through roads, military routes, checkpoints, and an ever-expanding buffer zone. This process is an ongoing one. In January of this year, before the so-called ceasefire, Israel was building a new military corridor by destroying the built fabric of northern Gaza. Satellite images showed us widespread destruction, largely by controlled demolitions of homes in Jabalia. After Israel broke the ceasefire on March 18th, it ordered the entire city of Rafah to evacuate while new military corridors are... Sorry, I think it's playing by itself. While new military corridors are being carved out of its fabric at the same time. Yellow here is the evacuation order, and red is the movement and infrastructure of the Israeli military. In Rafah, we see how destruction military infrastructure and displacement are used together to erase spaces of Palestinian life. Next, please. Satellite images from this month show how these corridors are carved through agricultural and urban spaces. You can see how they rip through the fabric directly. Next slide, please. The imposition of this military regime is not peripheral. It's important to remember that this infrastructure we're talking about has direct and deadly consequences on Palestinian life. Civilians have been repeatedly killed. Palestinians are repeatedly killed in proximity to these elements. And in imposing this infrastructure, the Israeli military has also destroyed cultural heritage and desecrated Palestinian cemeteries, where we can see earthworks and military camps directly on graves. Israel's deadly system of spatial control is the blueprint of the reconstruction plan presented by Arab leaders on the 4th of March. It is very important to recognize this. It is a plan supported internationally. It is a plan supported by the European Union. Our analysis of this plan, though, shows that it mirrors and cements Israel's military infrastructure and its patterns of displacement, including the buffer zone, military corridors, and routes for military aid, for military raids. Next. This plan serves access and control to the occupying power while erasing important cultural places including Rafah, Jabalia, and Shuja'iyya. The European Union, along with everyone else, must reject this proposal. We would stress that any just construction plan must be a Palestinian-led one, including Palestinian organizations, like Architects for Gaza, for example. Second, alongside military infrastructure, and often at the same time as its implementation, we found that Israel has weaponized so-called protective measures. We have found its evacuation orders are contradictory and ambiguous, and that's just also resonating with what Palestinians are already telling us. In this order from just 4 days ago, we see evacuation orders being part of this expanding buffer zone without declaring its expansion, and we can see how these lines are cutting its own evacuation grid. Next. The displacement of Palestinians has been continuous and has put them in danger. Since March 18th alone, Israel has issued more than 25 evacuation orders, covering more than 2/3 of Gaza, the living space and the services in them. In the already decimated strip continues to shrink, and its residents not allowed to return. When we look closer at these evacuation areas, we find that after Palestinians sought shelter and built tent camps in the north during the ceasefire, Israel's renewed offensive and evacuation orders seem to target exactly where most displaced people were. They overlap, and you can see it for yourselves. We also find that the direction of the recent ground invasion precisely aligns with the centers of densely populated tent camps. Israel's weaponization of humanitarian rhetoric has been consistent in its 18-month campaign. It's constantly changed the boundaries of the so-called humanitarian zone to suit its objectives and narratives, and we found that it's repeatedly shrunk its borders while the displaced population grew at the same time. Of course, it also repeatedly attacked and invaded that so-called humanitarian zone. Now, when we layer all the arrows of all the evacuation orders Israel has given, we also find a pattern of where they're pushing them to. They order the displacement of Palestinians from north to south and from west to east, where land is least arable. In this historical photograph, you can see the sand dunes for yourself of where Mawasi is. Next. We also see it in soil types. The yellow here represents sand. Without fertile land, without aid, without medical infrastructure, these conditions will bring about the destruction of Palestinian people. We can see this is made even worse, and Palestinian access to arable land is reduced even further, almost entirely by Israel's expansion of this buffer zone that you can see here in red. It restricts the Palestinian ability to grow food, to sustain themselves in the immediate and the long term. Third, throughout its campaign, we have found that the Israeli military destroyed agriculture and water resources across Gaza in a manner which was cumulative, repetitive, systematic, and with long-term effects. By June 30th, it destroyed 70% of agricultural land already, 47% of groundwater wells, and 45% of greenhouses. We mapped each of these sites using satellite imagery where we can see a deliberate act of destruction. These lands were sources of livelihood and sustenance for Palestinians. Abu Safia's family told us that their farm was evacuated and then razed to the ground. And we can see and trace bulldozer tracks that reveal a methodical destruction of this land, removing topsoil. Fourth, Israel systematically attacked, as we've heard repeatedly, and even in the past 2 days, and dismantled Gaza's healthcare infrastructure, including hospitals and medical workers. 35 of 36 hospitals in Gaza had been forced out of service at one point or more between 7th of October and the 1st of August 2024. Just 2 weeks ago, on April 13th, Al-Ahli Hospital received an evacuation order and then was directly struck. Al-Ahli was the only functioning hospital in Gaza City, as we've heard. On March 23, the Israeli military bombed Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis and forced the surgery department out of service. Al-Shifa Hospital, of course, as we've heard again, suffered continuous attacks. We built a 3D model of this hospital to situate the testimonies, to see where the mass graves were uncovered, and to look at the footage of the attacks of the hospitals as testimonies were telling us, and alongside them. Our data shows that the Israeli military's targeting of hospitals has followed a consistent and discernible pattern of often consecutive phases. It includes evacuation orders, attacks on hospital surroundings, direct targeting of hospitals, sieges, and the invasion of hospitals. And we can see, if you go back one, and we can see that the Israeli military was much more likely to invade and target a hospital when the population of displaced people inside it increased. You can see that as the population increases in this line, the intensity and the frequency of attacks increases. Next. We also find that Israel's attacks on hospitals correlates with where they are on the ground, the presence of their ground forces. As the Israeli military approaches these hospitals, they went out of service and were subject to attacks, including sieges and invasions, as we've heard. Compared to the position of the military, the status of hospitals and evacuation orders of the Israeli military suggests that the targeting of hospitals and destroying the means of survival with them has been used by Israel as a tool of displacement. Fifth, the Israeli military systematically attacked civilian infrastructure, suggesting an effort to destroy the ability to sustain civilian life and disrupt with it access to whatever infrastructure remained. Roads are destroyed, shelters are destroyed, 71% of which by August, and 75% of schools. Looking closer at these widespread bombardments, we find evidence that Israel struck buildings when you expect most civilians to be there. Residential buildings were hit at night when people are sleeping, and commercial buildings were hit during the day when people are in the markets and working. Public buildings, including universities, were destroyed even after they were emptied, and destroyed by controlled demolition significantly. Next slide. Al-Isra University is an example of this kind of demolition, posted by soldiers on social media. Finally, just 4 days ago, the UN announced it ran out of food stocks in Gaza because of Israel's ongoing total blockade of the past 2 months and counting. The same week, Israel admitted to killing a UN aid worker. Now, these headlines are not isolated or separated or new. We have found Israel has targeted sites and systems of humanitarian aid when and where they became the main mode of aid distribution. When they were most relied on, that's when they were targeted the most. By mid-September, Israel had attacked aid 322 times of 2024. This goes to the very beginning of the campaign. Bakeries in the north of Gaza, at the beginning of their bombing campaign, when they were most relied on and they were most critical, were targeted consecutively. 17 bakeries were struck in weeks, and by November, there were no bakeries working in Gaza City. The timing of these strikes is also significant. The Al-Maghazi Al-Jadid bakery here had reportedly received flour from UNRWA a few hours before being bombed on the 25th of October of 2023. On the left, we see a queue outside that bakery of people desperately trying to get their daily bread. And on the right, the morning after, its destruction, which killed 10 people and was reportedly by a bomb up to a half-ton in size. We found that Israel has repeatedly targeted, as one of these many patterns on aid, civilians who were trying to reach aid. And that most of these attacks happen near military checkpoints where desperate civilians gathered to collect aid. This is where they were supposed to be in the most control, right? These attacks on aid and civilians seeking aid, particularly in the north, alongside the destruction of agricultural lands, which I have showed you, and the shrinking Palestinian living space can occupy, is evidence of a coordinated and engineered famine, which is completed by Israel's ongoing blockade of the past 2 months and counting, the total blockade. Next. We would stress that this did not end or even really stop at all during the ceasefire. Gaza officials have reported hundreds of violations, and we've seen 43 of those violations more closely. And in that period of the so-called ceasefire, they continued the destruction of civilian infrastructure wherever they moved. Last. Genocide is a process and a relation between many events. We know that it is not a single act. And so part of the evidence of genocide is therefore in the overlapping and cumulative actions of a state. The patterns we observe of the Israeli military's conduct in Gaza are consistent with this understanding and consistent with the definition of the 1948 Genocide Convention. But this is not news to Palestinians, of course. What I have shared is only a small part of the evidence we have found, and it is evidence that supports and demonstrates what Palestinians have been telling us every day of the past 18 months. It is important to understand one thing when we're discussing this, that if the conduct of the Israeli military was, as they say, responsive, as in if there really was this elusive militarization of civilian space that they are forced to respond to, then what would the spatial evidence show us? The spatial evidence should show, in that case, actions which are unique in form and random in their timing and space. Instead, again, as we've been told since day one by people on the ground, we see attacks on every area of civilian life which are consistent in form and sequence. They're predictable, and which are compounded and concentrated in space and time. The attacks between areas of life work together to displace, to starve, and to make Gaza unlivable. We do not see random and spontaneous incidents. We see a planned and calculated campaign to destroy Palestinian life and the conditions necessary for life. When we have seen in the past 18 months hospitals repeatedly targeted in the same ways and phases, when we see forms of aid targeted when people need them the most, when we see bulldozers going back and forth on agricultural lands, on farms to erase the presence of life, schools and universities demolished when no one is present in them except the Israeli military, and when all of these actions are consistent with the countless testimonies of doctors, aid workers, and Palestinian civilians themselves, what else can we call this organized campaign except genocide? Thank you.
Indeed, this systematic genocide wouldn't be made possible without the unconditional and unwavering support of the EU that still considers Israel as a strategic partner, very important partner. And now we will have 15 minutes for questions. We will be able maybe to pick 2 to 3 questions, and then we will go for a break. So if anyone has a question to the panelists, let's go here.
Hello, thank you for your testimonies. I would like to know why we use the word prisoners for Palestinians while we all know they are hostages.
I think still no, it's a bit complicated in our context, and I would prefer to use the detainees or prisoners according to the international law, according to the law of occupation, because reflects as well the importance of keep sticking to the legal description of this conflict, that this is an occupation, colonization, and not a fight between Hamas or the Israelis. So I think politically and legally it's better to keep calling them detainees and prisoners.
Thank you. We can have another question. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's very difficult to speak after these testimonies. I'll speak as a human being, not as an anti-Zionist Jew. It's difficult to talk about politics, but my question would be to the political forces in this parliament. Why don't we stop talking about the two-state solution? How can there be peace with a fascist state? I mean, why don't we elaborate something different in the discourse? I mean, it seems that some of these political forces hide behind this so-called two-state solution. There can't be no peace with such a state as Israel. This must be clear, and it is clear after you talking. And to the gentleman, Omar, is it to your cartography or genocide? You talked about the plan of the 4th of March. Very quickly, can you elaborate on this, please?
I can just start with that because it's easier to respond to. What I was showing is that we looked at this plan very carefully, and very simply, we see that it overlaps almost directly with these systems of spatial control that we've identified. These systems of spatial control are genocidal, are the means to control, to constrict, and at any moment to invade and do what they will with Palestinian space and with Palestinian life. So, and most significantly to it, is that it was not a Palestinian plan. So those are the main points that we wanted to stress, including in this space, including at the European Parliament, because it was one that was supported by even progressive voices, unfortunately. So we have to be very careful about what kind of proposals we accept on behalf of Palestinians without their voices.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Hola, buenos días.
So, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I would like to build on what my colleague just said. I would like to follow on the same line. Maybe the question is quite straightforward, and maybe we already have an answer. We have medical, legal juridical evidence of this genocide. We have scientific evidence of the genocide, hearing what you said this morning in this panel. We may think that this is the final stage of Zionism as we know it, so maybe it's not the final stage of genocide, and we don't know whether what's coming will be better. So I think that the responsibility also falls on us. We, in this House, in this Parliament, what we do as activists that were invited here. So my question is, until no concrete political action is carried out, and while we wait for this meeting to carry out criminal actions, we as activists and the civil society representing Europe in this House, in this building, what can we do? Maybe I would like to occupy this Parliament, this House, because the feeling of helplessness, of lack of power that I feel hearing what you said is incredible. We are here waiting for what? So this is the question. We as activists, we as civil society, in order to support this political cause, this legal cause, we must get out from here united with a commitment, because it's not simply an issue of being right-wing or left-wing politicians. We cannot enable people who call themselves liberal or moderate to simply remain silent. This is a human case. This is a case for human rights, for everybody's rights, because if we let Palestine fall, we will all fall together, and after Palestine. So this is an appeal for all the activists who are here today. What type of actions can we put in place? How can we strengthen and process this movement? We must move constantly. There were things that were being done before and that are no longer being done because people are tired. But my question is, how can we help? How can we give more energy to our actions above and beyond what we may think to support this political cause in political terms and in legal terms? Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
On behalf of the 250 MEPs that we sign every day, every week, every month, the letters that we pressure, that we are fighting, we have here in this table 5, 6, 7, and we are more than 700. We are a minority here in the Parliament, but we are a minority of different groups that we are fighting every day for you. Mr. Doctor, you are really the example of the humanity. The example of the humanity. And some politicians, they don't have humanity. Ms. Francis, I know you for years. We see one day in Ramallah. Now, I cannot go to Palestine because of the work, because they ban me and they ban all the activists that we are there. Also as politicians, we have a punition. Mr. Ferbati, you give us a lot of data to our work, but we are not the majority here. Is that I want also that you understand. But we are here to fight also. So trust on us, give us all the information, give us all the fights to the battle, because it's a battle. It's a battle against racism. It's a battle against apartheid. It's a battle against occupation. It's a battle against colonialism, as said Mr. Pape, that is now translated to my language, the Galician. We are peoples, different peoples of Europe. But it's a battle against the new fascism of this chamber, because 3 groups of this chamber, they approved just now an inquiry in the NGOs, because they don't want you, or they don't want other NGOs, or other associations, other civil movements in this chamber. And maybe they approve with the support of the European Popular Party, that is the party of Ms. von der Leyen. And she is guilty too. She is guilty of the genocide. She is guilty. And Ms. Callas, that is the new representative, she was in the plenary. And We, Munir, Benedetta, Jauma, the other MEPs of different political groups, we asked her, see you our eyes. We cannot use that. We cannot speak on genocide because it's a word that is. They try to control the property of the words, and it's a word that I'm saying all the time with all our 250 colleagues. It's a genocide with the names genocide, and we never give up because you are our example. Okay, Mrs. Francis, you say about less words and more acts. You can believe that we are with you. You can believe, but we don't have enough instruments to this battle. But in the historical moment, after the Second War, as said one of our colleagues, is the time to act, other Europe lost the credibility, the legitimacy, and the peace. They call us to the war, but they were in Ukraine, paying and helping, but they are not in Gaza. And this is a crime of morality.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I mean, now we are coming to an end of this session, and I hope that we all live to the day where we see criminals, including the president, the Commissioner President van der Leyen, accountable for its complicity in genocide and crimes against humanity and war crimes. Herself and many others want us to believe that we are minority, but we've seen in the streets that we are majority. And we have taken to the streets in millions, demanding justice, liberation, human rights, and respect to international law and human rights. So it's important that we understand that we don't have the right to emotional fatigue as we have access to water, food, pain au chocolat, and coffee, and cigarettes, and alcohol. We have to keep on fighting. We have to escalate our actions. We have to allow our imagination to dream of a possible world where fascism and colonialism don't exist. And we can do this together. Thank you.
We need to be back at 11:45. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, now I can understand that people can't hear, but when people are quiet, it's okay.
We are going to start in 1 minute.
Poco ti devi avvicinare, poi ce lo devi mettere in bocca.
Okay.
Forse si sente? Ma
Yes, you would begin.
Yeah. Hi, we can start. Take a seat, please. So, okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome here to this event. Shall we call it genocide? I would like, first of all, to thank the members of the European Parliament and all the organizers of this event, especially Munir Saturi, Benedetta Scuderi, Joyme Asens, and Ana Miranda, to give us this opportunity to discuss the situation in Gaza and also its implications on humanitarian, political, and legal ground, in particular, the question of the genocide in Gaza. So, a despicable humanitarian situation, a post-apocalyptic killing zone, the hell on heart, the graveyard of the international law. This is Gaza today. Since the 2nd of March, Israeli authorities have halted the entry of all life-saving supplies for more than 2 million people. So no food, no medicine, no fuel, no cooking gas. So nothing since almost 2 months now. A few days ago, the United Nations World Food Programme has depleted all its food stocks for families in Gaza. A total ban on aid that is worsening an already dire humanitarian situation. So, and also most buildings and infrastructure, including hospitals, have been destroyed. And recently, the Israel Defense Minister, Israel Katz, has reiterated that no humanitarian aid will enter Gaza. So the aim, it appears, is to create the conditions for what would be the largest ethnic cleansing operation since the Second World War. The former EU High Representative Josep Borrell said in a recent op-ed for Social Europe. So this panel will discuss on the role and the duties, and I would like to stress the word duties, of the EU, the member states, and all the international community to put an end to the massacres in Gaza. So I would start with Francesca Albanese, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territories occupied since 1967. So Francesca, the floor is yours.
Everyone, and thank you very much to the organizers for convening this timely panel. I've been asked to reflect on the roles of the European Union in the vis-à-vis the international obligation. So let me start by situating the current facts, their qualifications according to international law, critically in your minds. As you know, the situation in Gaza is catastrophic, and this is not something which was arrived to all of a sudden. And the European Union and its members, including the European bureaucrats, have been looking at it happening because they had impunity, the impunity that Israel has embodied for 57 years, being targeted once, we probably wouldn't be here. So where we are here, it's the end of 57 years of brutal occupation, which is in the form we have known so far, it's over. We are looking at something else. So this is why I'm saying it's important that everyone understands which historical moment we are in. The old occupation, the old apartheid that we should all have addressed when it was the time is gone. What the Palestinians are going through right now, and the Israelis with them, although they have different agency and different suffering, some of the Israelis also realize, is something new that might prepare, if not stopped, to the end of Palestine as we have known it. And so the fact is are captured effectively by the International Court of Justice advisory opinion of last year, of July 19, 2024. Asked to pronounce itself on the legal consequences of Israel's protracted occupation, the court recognized, affirmed that the occupation is unlawful, that is translated into a vehicle to unlawfully annexed Palestinian territory by forcibly displacing its inhabitants and which has allowed Israel to acquire control on both land and natural resources belonging to the Palestinians, to the occupied territory. And it has ordered Israel to dismantle the occupation, not only to withdraw the troops, but to dismantle the settlements and to end the control of natural resources, meaning land, including borders, and water, underground resources, natural gas, etc. The obligations that stem from it are the following. First, not to recognize as legal the situation that arises from Israel's unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory, which of course comprise not just the West Bank and East Jerusalem, but also the Gaza Strip. But also to distinguish in its dealing, in its dealings with Israel, or whatever could impact the occupied Palestinian territory and its inhabitants, and to take this is a duty, to take steps to prevent trade or investment relations that would assist in the maintenance of the illegal situation created by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory. Now, for me, this is a picture of the situation before October 2023. So And in fact, special rapporteurs, myself and my predecessors, together with Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Palestinian human rights organizations, Israeli human rights organizations, and really, there was pretty much wall-to-wall consensus that Israel was operating against international law. Now it's been said by the International Court of Justice. Can you please act upon it, dear European Union members? And in that case, I mean, the Parliament and the others have a huge role to play to make the European Union compliant with international law. Meanwhile, what has happened? Israel has responded to the horrible facts, to the horrible crimes of October 7 with the most vengeful war it has ever unleashed against the Palestinian people. One of the most revengeful wars that have ever been unleashed, in fact, which has resulted into the full destruction of Gaza. Gaza has already been destroyed. And this doesn't mean that the Palestinians are not ready, eager, willing to contribute to its reconstruction, because Gaza is theirs. But it's not going to happen without our intervention. So, meanwhile, the ICJ has recognized the plausible risk of genocide, which according to the jurisprudence of the International Court of Justice triggers an obligation for member states to recognize the risk and then to prevent genocide. And what has been done is really despicable. It's not enough to prevent, but all the more. There has been a continuation of the trade and the arms trade with Israel. So there is also another pronouncement that comes from the International Court of Justice of last year in the case of Nicaragua versus one of the European member states, Germany, for complicity in genocide. And in this case, the court has reminded all member states of their obligation not to transfer weapons, not to trade arms with a state which might commit not just genocide, but which might be committing serious violations of international humanitarian law, meaning war crimes, destroying hospitals, destroying universities, destroying fields, destroying churches, destroying mosques, without even talking about the killing of 18,000 children among the 50,000 plus people in Gaza who have been killed. If these are not war crimes, what are they? And Israel has one of the most sophisticated army in the world, so Israel knows very well what it's doing. Now, where I find that the role of the European Union and its members is problematic is because in this context, Israel is not just committing a gross violation of international law, public international law, international humanitarian law. Israel is committing the crime of crimes, or even war crimes or crimes against humanity, as it has been identified by the ICC, who has issued arrest warrants for two of these leaders, arrest warrants that a number of European Union member states are clearly have said to be eager to violate or have already violated. I mean, what is the European Union doing if not contributing to the erosion of international law with its continuous, because eventually the behavior of each member state with problematic actions, or actions that are not enough to bring respect for international law to the table, are contributing. I mean, the total is made of these actions of each member state, and the result is that Palestine is completely collapsing under the weight of this assault. There are three aspects that I find particularly problematic. Actually, four. The first is the posture of the European Union vis-à-vis what has happened over the past 16 months alone. On the 10th of October 2023, the President of the European Commission, von der Leyen, said that on October 7 was an act of war, and there could only be one response to it, and it was Israel's self-defense, which means Israel's use of force, Israel's resort to war. This is a significant problem because this is the wrong interpretation of international law. And it has, because Israel Of course, Israel had to protect itself, its territory, and its citizens, but this doesn't entail legally waging a war against the Gaza Strip, and these are the results. And this position has never been clarified. So there is a problem at the way, really, messages are formulated, communicated, and how the European Union is projecting itself. This poses all of us at risk, because it seems that all of us are complicit with what Israel has been doing. The second layer, and the first substantive layer is cooperation. Israel continues to forge a powerful, the European Union continues to maintain a powerful partnership with Israel in the area of trade. The European Union is Israel's largest trade markets, and it includes both goods that originate from settlements, and this is absolutely unlawful. And there is no way for the European Union to make sure that the products coming from Israel are even from the settlements. So the labeling doesn't mean anything, because the packaging, as numerous organizations have demonstrated, the packaging might alter the origin, might conceal the origin of the product. But also a number of these products are tested on the Palestinians, are technology related, including the drones that have been tested on the battlefield by Israel, on the shoulders of the Palestinians, including Palestinian children. The other aspect is the association agreement that the European Union maintains with Israel, which, we have said it numerous times, there is an article that would allow to rescind the association agreement when the clause of respect for human rights and democratic principles are violated. The third aspect is also the Horizon program that the European Union has, and which is open via the association agreement to Israel, because the Horizon program on the one hand stipulates that actions carried out under the program must comply with ethical principles of the Union, including national and international law, and fundamental rights and freedoms of the European Union, of the European Convention. So, and at the same time, through this program, relevant resources, which now I think, if it's not updated, amount to around 2 billion euros, are allocated to Israel for programs which also include technology and that is used in areas in the occupied Palestinian territory, as well as in the engineering sector and in the aerospatial industry that allows the use and experimentation, the perfection of weapons that have been used against the Palestinians. What I find even more problematic is that the universities that have tried to withdraw from collaboration with Israel in the European Union space have been risk to be discriminated under the Horizon program, which seem to consider discriminatory the exclusion of Israeli institutions. Last but not least is where I started, arms. European countries continue in the export and import of military technology to and from Israel. And Frontex, the EU Border and Coast Guard Agency, continues to contract companies and entities in Italy, in Israel, which to perform drone border surveillance flights on the Mediterranean. And these are the same tools, the mass containment tools, military tools that have been used on the Palestinians. So I think you see where I'm going. There is a connection, and this is what my next report is going to be about. The connection of all the financial, trade, and also research elements that link the outside world to Israel. And Israel wouldn't be able to maintain its occupation, its apartheid regime, and today to commit international crimes of unprecedented gravity in the occupied Palestinian territory if it was not for the business as usual of all of us, and the fact that all of us have made possible the transition, Israel's transition of its economy from an economy of occupation into an economy of genocide. Thank you very much.
Speech and also for your commitment. Unfortunately, Francesca Albanese will stay with us just for 10 minutes, so if you would like to ask some questions. You can
said that is fine if there are questions now. Otherwise, I also said that
she will stay just for 10 minutes, right? Okay. So if you have any questions, my question is, Francesca, you talk about a deep co-responsibility of the West in the genocide in Gaza. So my very simple question is why? And I know that you are writing a new report, so if you can anticipate some of the main findings of the next report, and then if there are some questions from the room. No? Okay. Please.
Thank you. Hi, Francesca. I hope you can hear me. Ahmed Afoul from Al-Haq. We often hear from the European Union the line that it is not for it to recognize the situation as genocide, as for judicial institutions, and therefore they're waiting for a court order. What do you think of this excuse, especially, and I call it excuse because the EU and the EU Parliament has actually a history of recognizing genocides, and I can only give examples. The Holodomor massacre in 32-33 by the Soviet Union was recognized in 2022 as genocide. The Russian invasion in 2022 was also described as genocide. The European Parliament has a resolution on ISIS atrocities against Yazidis and Christians in 2016, February 2016, also describing it as genocide. 2015, there was another resolution about the Armenian genocide committed in 1915. Some member states like the Netherlands, for example, in 2021 recognized the Uyghur treatment by China as genocide. The EU Parliament also confirmed that in 22. All of these examples were decided without any judicial proceedings. You don't need a court to say it's genocide for the EU Parliament to be able to say it's genocide. So my question is, why do you think when it comes to Israel's genocide, all of a sudden the EU needs a court order to be able to state the obvious? Is that really out of care about legal terminology and wanting to be accurate legally, or it's merely political hypocrisy and double standards? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, and I would like also to take this opportunity to salute and really pay tribute to Palestinian human rights organizations. I see Al-Haq and PCHR are there. I really salute you for the incredible work that you are doing, and also I'm sorry for all the losses that you have been suffering over the past 16 months, especially in Gaza. I think that the answer to this very meaningful and timely question is in the question itself. But let's reflect on one issue. There is always the need for a court order. And now that we have the ICC prosecutor issuing 2 arrest warrants for 2 Israeli leaders, there are countries that are engaging in all sorts of conceptual acrobatics in order to overturn the power of this step forward. But also, There is the ICJ advisory opinion, which is not avoidable anymore. Anyone is trying to pretend that nothing happened, but the ICJ has said that the occupation is not an occupation, is something else. It has said, other than in words, that is a form of aggression because it violates in perpetuity the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people and must be dismantled unconditionally and totally, and there is no way around it other than continuing to this valser of hypocrisy. But this is the thing, my friends, this is the thing. We should feel like in 1925 today, because this is where we are, with Europe being swiped by a wind and a rise of fascism, and you in your bureaucracy and me as an independent expert as part of another bureaucracy, we are seeing the collapse of the multilateral order that was built on the ashes of the Second World War and the betrayal of all the human rights system that was written also on the ashes of millions of Jews and hundreds of thousands of Roma and Sinti and hundreds of thousands who continue to be discriminated, by the way, the Roma and Sinti in European countries, just not to forget, and disabled people and others. We have the human rights system today in order to not to fall into the same step of racism. And here we are making excuses for a state which has violated international law since its very existence. Israel is a persistent violator of international law. I'm not making a moral statement. This is a legal statement based on observation and real focused study of the history of Israel inside the UN. And not because I'm obsessed with Israel, but because I'm a scholar of the question of Palestine. Then the court order, as I was saying, is not enough because we have an ICJ advisory opinion and we have the ICC arrest warrants. And let me tell you, the fact that there is no you're right when you say, yeah, but the genocide in Australia and in Canada and in the Ottoman Empire are recognized without a court, and even the genocide in Guatemala. There was not a judge, it was an international commission concluding that there was a genocide. Doesn't matter. Even if member states do not agree that it's genocide, it doesn't matter because there are, this is the beauty of international law. The International Court of Justice has recognized on January 2024 that there was a plausible risks for the rights of the Palestinians in Gaza owing to the military actions of Israel. In Gaza, meaning plausible risk of genocide. This is when the clock ticked for the Europeans and others. What they have done is avoiding the compliance with international law. And this is not only leading to the genocide of the Palestinian people, because in order to determine that this is not just extermination but genocide, you need to look at the people who are being targeted for destruction as such. Doesn't matter if they are lawyers, bakers, beggars, doctors, nurses, journalists, children walking on their legs or on a wheelchair. It doesn't matter. As long as they are Palestinians, they are targeted. And this is what makes the destruction assault of Israel in Gaza genocidal. That you like, people like it or not, this is genocide. And this is a textbook of genocide because it's happening in order to advance colonial erasure, ethnic cleansing of Palestine. So there is no more time to waste. Member states should put aside the mantra of the two-state solution right now because the Palestinian state already existed, it has existed, and there is international consensus that it exists, even if some member states do not recognize it. This doesn't matter, and it's under aggression and colonial erasure of Israel, including with our weapons, with our money.
So thank you, Francesca, for your reply. thank you, and I don't know if you want to stay with us. You're welcome to stay. So now we'll pass the floor to Claudio Francavilla, Associate Director for EU Advocacy at Human Rights Watch. Some of the issues, we were already touching some of the issues with Francesca Albanese first, but again, what the EU and its member state can do to stop the massacre, the genocide in Gaza, and they are not doing.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you to the MEPs who are hosting these, to the organizers, Frank, Gonzalo, for the great, excellent work in putting this event together. I will take about 20 minutes of your time. Before I start, I would like to share a word of appreciation and admiration for Francesca. She has been the first one within the UN system to call out the crime of genocide, and she did not use the term rhetorically or politically, but based on a thorough and robust legal analysis. She has inspired others in the human rights movement to be more forthcoming and outspoken. She has basically been very good at doing her job. And for that, she's attacked, threatened, and accused on a daily basis, in bad faith. Because I only wish that the detractors she has, including the US, were scrutinized Israel's crimes in Gaza as thoroughly as they scrutinized tweets and Facebook posts from Francesca. And like her, I wish to extend a word of admiration to the Palestinian colleagues, scholars, lawyers, intellectuals, NGOs. We heard it yesterday from Al-Haq, how we should stop doubting the Palestinians when they tell us about their lived reality. Francesca was the first one in the UN to call out the genocide, but it was the Palestinians who reached the conclusion first. And the Palestinians told us about apartheid in 2001, 20 years before my organization, Human Rights Watch, and then others reached that conclusion. And to see such moral integrity, courage, professionalism, while your people and yourselves witness or live the worst atrocities that exist. It's impressive, it's inspiring, and I want to thank you for that. Now, I was asked to speak about the EU, what the EU has done or has not done to address the atrocities committed since the 7th of October. There was no moral integrity in that. I will not focus on what happened and is happening on the ground. We have heard it through excruciating testimonies over the past 2 days. But I will focus on the EU. And I will start from the statements, and I will explain why they are important. Then I will speak about the tools that the EU could use and has not used, and why. And I will finish with maybe a small glimpse of optimism represented by the UN conference in June that I will talk about. Right after the attacks, von der Leyen showed the Israeli flag on the Commission's building. There were ceremonies, minutes of silence, trips to Tel Aviv, meetings with hostage families, expressions of solidarity with Israel. Let me be clear, there is nothing wrong with that, at least in principle. We have said many times that atrocities on one side do not justify atrocities on the other side, and that goes both ways. But why did I say at least in principle? I say that because all those demonstrations of solidarity were happening when it was clear that hell was going to reign in Gaza on the civilian population. And that part was completely missing from the messages. We had warring precedents in November 2019, in May 2021, when there were clashes between the IDF and Gaza, and many war crimes were committed. And we knew that this time it would be different and it would be worse. On October the 9th, the then Israeli Minister of Defense said there will be no water, no fuel, no food. It was clear that the collective punishment was coming. We are fighting against the human animals, he said, and they acted according to that. Hundreds of people were being killed daily, and the whole population was being collectively punished. And yet, the EU was there saying, Israel has the right to defend itself, Israel has the right to defend itself, as a slogan. And it took weeks for the EU to say, Israel has the right to defend itself in line with international humanitarian law. You remember that? Weeks to say that Israel should respect the law. And by the time that they started to say that, they should already have started saying it should stop violating the law, because the violations were happening before our own eyes. And if you look at the European Council conclusions, they read as if there is a natural disaster in Gaza. People die. The death toll is intolerable. Humanitarian aid cannot get in. How are these people dying? Who is killing them? Who is blocking the humanitarian aid? Is this legal? Is this a crime? We will never know if we read the conclusions. And I stress this because that's where the impunity begins. If you don't even say that Israel is committing a war crime, how are you going to sanction it? How are you going to take action to address it? As we speak, there has not been one EU statement, few people know this, one EU 27 statement unanimously saying Israel has committed a war crime. I'm not saying genocide. We're talking genocide here, not one saying one war crime. And every day that goes by, without the EU recognizing any crime by Israel in Gaza, is another day in which the Israeli authorities know that their friends and allies in the Council, in the Commission, in the EAS, and in the Parliament are doing a good job to veto strong statements, to recognize the crime, and it's another day of green light for further abuses. At least 15,000 children killed, 32 out of 34 hospitals in Gaza destroyed or damaged, attacks on the Red Cross, abduction and torture of doctors, attacks on UN facilities, killing of UN staff, journalists, laws banning UNRWA, attacks on UNFIL in Lebanon, contempt for 3 binding ICJ resolutions, binding orders, thousands of trucks of EU aid rotting at the borders of Gaza, people deliberately starved, with the Israeli government bragging about it, confessing to crimes on Twitter, and not one EU statement denouncing any of that as a war crime. The message to the Israeli authorities is, there is no red line. There is no red line. Finish the job, like Trump put it. And the message to the world is, Israeli lives matter, Palestinian lives don't. Palestinian crimes matter, Israeli crimes don't. And it's impossible to not see elements of anti-Arab racism and Islamophobia in all this. So the statements are very relevant, but besides the statements, what could the EU do? What are the tools that the EU has? You may have heard some diplomats say, look, we have no leverage. It's all about the US. It doesn't really matter what we do or what we say. It's all about the US. Bollocks. The EU is Israel's main trading partners. It is the second largest exporter of arms to Israel. It cooperates with Israel in research, investments, and so on. It has a human rights sanctions regime. All EU states, minus Hungary now, but they have long departed from the so-called EU values, are parties to the ICC. Many EU states have universal jurisdiction frameworks that could be used to arrest and prosecute Israeli individuals, regardless of arrest warrants from the ICC. So do not be fooled. The EU has average, but it has chosen not to use it. Von der Leyen goes out there and announces we have quadrupled the EU humanitarian aid to Gaza. But she doesn't lift a finger to stop the reasons why the humanitarian aid is needed. And she doesn't lift a finger when the humanitarian aid rots at the borders of Gaza. She speaks humanitarian aid because she's unwilling to speak politics and to stop the atrocities by Israel. And in that, she's the epitome of an EU that will go down very poorly in history. The tools are there. The problem is the lack of will. And even when there is a will, the will is not strong enough. I will argue that the EU, in part, is a victim of its own infrastructure. And I will also argue that at the same time, there is no excuse. Many of the tools that the US, like the target extension, the endless suspension of the whole association agreement with Israel, and the EU-wide arms embargo, require unanimity. We have a few sanctions against the settlers, only concerning the West Bank, no sanctions against the Israeli state officials enabling and inciting and supporting the settlers, and most of all, no sanctions for the crimes in Gaza, where the nature and the scale of the abuses is much, much worse than an already alarming situation in the West Bank. When it comes to trade, the measures that could be taken, like suspending just the trade pillar of the association agreement or banning trade with settlements, they require qualified majority in the Council. But Hungary, the Czech Republic, Germany, Austria and Italy will not allow that, and they are enough to not reach the qualified majority in the Council. So the EU has leverage, but the EU is weak because it stupidly decided in the treaties that its strength depends on unanimity or on unlikely majorities. And that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is that this cannot be an excuse. First of all, we know who the bad guys are in the Council. I just mentioned them. But are the good guys really that good? Spain and Ireland have asked officially for the suspension of the association agreement 14 months ago. They are still waiting for a reply. And it's perceived as a game over. Some member states oppose, others conveniently stay silent and follow the flow. End of the story. It's not the end of the story. It doesn't have to be the end of the story. I wish Spain and Ireland were as forceful in pushing for the suspension of the agreement as Hungary and the Czechs are in opposing to it. And I wish Spain and Ireland were as forceful in pushing for stronger language in the Council conclusions, threatening a veto, as Hungary and the Czech continuously threaten their veto in the conclusion. And if this leads to no statement, so be it. No statement is better than garbage statements. As a citizen, before then as an activist, I feel embarrassed when I read the statements from the EU. And I wish that Spain and Ireland move forward with banning trade with the settlements and with demanding that von der Leyen introduces legislation to ban trade with the settlements. And that they use their lawyers and threaten to go to the European Court of Justice if that doesn't happen. And each and every individual member states can, and in fact should, individually stop the transfer and transit of weapons to Israel. You do not need any unanimity, you do not need any majority to do that. The same goes for the ICC. Every EU state has clear obligations to cooperate with the court. And what we have seen instead has been a cacophony of statements criticizing the court, questioning compliance with the arrest warrants, up to Hungary's disgusting behavior, which is not news anymore. And each and every individual member states can issue their own statement denouncing at least war crimes. They can start using the language of crimes against humanity, of genocide. There is no unanimity needed for that to happen. So we are in a situation in the Council where the spectrum goes from very, very pro-Israel to moderate. We do not have a spectrum from very, very pro-Israel to very, very pro-Palestine or very, very pro-international law. And the likes of Spain and Ireland, etc., should stop patting themselves on the shoulders for being better than Hungary. That's not enough. In a recent op-ed, Borrell, the former High Representative of the EU, wrote that he saw with his own eyes the credibility of the EU faltering in the MENA region, in Asia, in Africa, Latin America, and the EU has no one else to blame than itself for that. And I approach the end of my presentation to share that glimpse of optimism that I promised. You know that the July 2024 advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice said in a nutshell that Israel has violated the right to self-determination of the Palestinians, that it has done so through serious abuses, including racial segregation and apartheid, that the occupation is unlawful and must be dismantled, and that the settlements must be dismantled and the Palestinians are entitled to reparations. And the court said in paragraph 278 and 79 that all UN member states have the obligation not to recognize and not to support the occupation. And the court is very prescriptive in saying that there should be no trade or investment with the settlements. Note, the EU unanimously, the 27, from Hungary to Ireland, have said a million times that the settlements are illegal and they're an obstacle to peace and to a two-state solution. And they have sanctioned the settlers, so they've said that there are very serious abuses linked to the settlements. Now, in September last year, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution basically endorsing the advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice and mandating a conference of the UN on a two-state solution and a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. That conference will take place in June. And it will be co-chaired, co-hosted by France and the Saudi. This is why you may have heard in the recent weeks some talks by President Macron saying that he intends to recognize the Palestinian state. And my question to Macron and to Sanchez and to Michael Martin and to whoever it is that has recognized or wants to recognize Palestine is, what Palestine are you recognizing? If you don't stop the extermination of the inhabitants of Palestine, what are you recognizing? If you don't stop the transfer and transit of the arms that are being used to exterminate those people, what are you recognizing? How can you recognize Palestine when you continue to trade with the settlements that you say are an obstacle to the existence of a Palestinian state? Everything that we have heard until now has one root cause, and the root cause is impunity. Israeli authorities do what they do because they can, because no one is stopping them, because there is no price attached to the abuses. We need to end that impunity, and we in Europe need to be strategic about ending it and jump on the opportunities that we have. It is not my place to tell the Palestinians what to do. I have nothing but respect and admiration for them. But if I look at my side of the house here and I ask, there are less than 2 months before the UN conference. Will we build pressure on France and on other EU governments and institutions and in the public debate, asking that the conference is not yet another blah blah resolution with the recommitment to a two-state solution and the photo of opportunity for Macron and others? Will we remind President Macron that if he wants to recognize a Palestinian state, and even if he doesn't, he must ban trade with the settlements? Will we support strategic litigations against the arms transfers and the trade? Will we remind the good guys, Spain, Ireland, Belgium, Luxembourg, Slovenia, that they can and should do much more than they're already doing? We know that the way out of this hell is the full implementation of the International Court of Justice advisory opinion, and I know it feels far. The exact opposite is happening on the ground, with moves towards full annexation and the continuation of the atrocities in Gaza. There is a sense of fatigue, there is a sense of despair that we cannot allow ourselves to have. But the public opinion is shifting. Even in the US, a few weeks ago, there was this poll whereby 53% of the US people have a negative view of Israel, as compared to 42% 1 year ago. And this is happening despite the biased mainstream media. So the efforts, events like these, your tweets, your activities, your protests, your letters, your press releases, your talking to the press is actually working despite the obstacles that we face. So when our governments don't listen, we must go to courts and we must build bottom-up pressure through ordinary people, through trade unions, through journalists, through MEPs, through NGOs. Everyone can and has the moral imperative to play a role, to continue to raise awareness, and to make it impossible for our institutions to continue to act as the worst version of themselves. Thank you.
Claudio, thank you for this very exhaustive overview of the tools that the European Union has at its disposal. I would just add maybe an indirect tools of the EU that you didn't so far activate the block regulation in order to protect even the ICC, the work of the ICC against the EU sanctions towards the court. So we can wondering whether, from a broader perspective, the EU wants really to protect the international order based on the rules, or if we should give up, or we are just entering into a new international order based on the law of the jungle. But it's just my impression, and so now I would like to pass the floor to Raji Sourani, a Palestinian lawyer and activist. You founded in 1995 the Center for Human Rights, an organization dedicated to protecting the fundamental rights of Palestinians and documenting human rights violation in the occupied territories. A simple question for you. Shall we call it a genocide?
First, thank you for the European parliamentarians and for the organizers for this conference. And answering your question, I think the participant in this conference should answer that. Is anybody in the hall suspecting what's going on genocide? Is there anybody suspecting? Those who are confirming genocide, just raise their hand. I want to see. Okay. Okay. But I mean, sometimes wondering whether international law, international humanitarian law, human rights, invented by Palestinians, We look like if we are monopoling this subject internationally, and as if we are the creators of that. And the story is very simple. After the Second World War, people get together, politicians, sociologists, intellectuals, academics, and they said too much horrors, too much atrocities, too much genocide, too much crimes took place. We have to put an end for that. Usually, war happens between armies. They have their rules of engagements. Civilians should be avoided, should be protected. Genocide cannot happen. War crimes, crimes against humanity, etc. How we do that? This is simple. We have to have very shared values, principles, ethics, codes. And that's why we have had Geneva Conventions, the 4 of them. That's why we have had the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, Nuremberg trials, Convention of Prevention of Genocide Crime, etc. Now, why I'm saying that is the international law, international humanitarian law, and the human rights something for the intellectuals and the academics to discuss it, or for people to have it on their skin, to feel it, to enjoy it, to be protected with it? Definitely, I mean, this is not for academia, with all due respect to academia. It's for people. Now, we were all the way long accused as Palestinians of being big mouth, demagogues, using very big words. And they say, I mean, you are lack of knowledge of using the universal standards. Israel do have the best in the West legal system. They are the oasis of democracy in the Middle East. They have the most ethical army on earth. Why you don't use the system, as the Americans say, effectively? We know that never ever you can have justice or dignity under occupation. No one precedent in history. With that, we said, fine, we will use the Israeli legal system. We, with our Israeli counterparts, engaged for years in using the Israeli legal system. And we showed how this system legitimized willful killing, targeted killing, torture, land confiscation, expulsion, administrative detention, house demolition, settlements, building settlements, the annexation, apartheid war. Name it, any crime you have in your mind, it was given legal cover by this Israeli judiciary system. We concluded with even our Israeli partners like B'Tselem, Bikati, and others, that this Israeli legal system cannot provide justice or dignity. Why we have to resort to universal jurisdiction? And then we departed from there to use universal jurisdiction. We began with Switzerland, UK, Spain, New Zealand, US, And to make the story short, especially in Europe, they changed the laws to provide more protection for Israeli war criminals. They make it to us mission impossible through administrative, legal, legislative procedures. And that's why we began to think, what's next? Are we giving up, or we have to resort to other ways? We resorted to the ICJ, to the ICC. Since 2008, with the 5 conditions Ocampo imposed on us above what is there in Rome Statute for membership, we managed to have it, and in January 2015, we accepted as member states. 5 years of preliminary examination, and we were very patient, very stubborn, very professional. And 2 years after ending that, we were engaging with pre-trial chamber to decide whether the Rome Statutes apply in Gaza, West Bank, including Jerusalem, or not. Fatou Bensouda, which was a real piece of marble African rock, opened the investigation March 2022. And Karim Khan took over. And after he took over, 2 years, he refused to see Palestinian representative of victims at the ICC. 2 years. Ukraine war erupted when Russia invaded Ukraine, and Europe revolted. What? Russia dare to invade, occupy Ukraine? How dare they are? Ukrainians do have the right of self-determination. Ukrainians do have the right of armed resistance. Free Europeans and Americans should take the arms, go join their counterparts in resisting the Russian occupation. They imposed on Russia sanctions on the spot, 7 waves. And they said, we are going to support Ukraine economically, politically, legally, and with arms. They are entitled for self-determination and resisting the occupation. We were happy. We felt great. Europe conscious and back to international law, international humanitarian law, and they knew occupation is evil. It's a few months in Ukraine. We have prolonged the criminal belligerent occupation. And we have the most well-documented conflict in history. Fantastic. Nothing moved on the Palestinian front. Nothing. But there was, at the same time, blockade of 17 years. There was, at the same time, the 2008-9 war, 2012, 2014, 17, 21, 22, 23. And we have the most well-documented conflict in history. And no move. all this happened before October 7th. So in Gaza, there was a blockade, social economical suffocation. In Jerusalem, ethnic cleansing, Judaization, and the situation of Jerusalem ruled out. More, we are talking about West Bank, a new brand of apartheid, and 1 million settlers moved from Oslo Accords till pre-2023, October 7th. And nothing is moving. When October 7th happened, it was simple, clear, from first hours, first days, where we are going to. And genocide group was formed for almost 30 of top-notches academics, human rights activists, jurists, lawyers across the globe. We were feeding them with the information from the ground. And in 1 week, we concluded this is genocide. Claro, you don't need highly professional people to see it. And we addressed the ICC first, second, third, 10 times. Mr. KK, Karim Khan, and the investigation committee to move. And nothing happened. And then we resorted to the Irish and South African, trying to convince any of them, to join and to resort to the last choice we are having, ICJ. South Africa gladly accepted. On 29th of December, they filed the case. And January 11th, the case was there. Case title, very, very important. It's a charge of genocide. The most serious crime on earth Israel accused of. In the most important court on earth, the International Court of Justice. And we have super fantastic legal team, combination of South African, Irish, Palestinians, who represented the case in the most eloquent way. As they were speaking, you feel the souls and blood, pain and suffering, the genocide at the stage of the court. And South Africa showed the world, this colonial racist West, how morality, how rule of law, how moral legal superiority can be there when people use it rightly against tyrants, against genociders, against war criminals. And there was, in 3 months, 3 consecutive decisions between January and April. Provisional measures, simply clear and direct, from saying there is a plausible genocide till ordering Israel to allow humanitarian aid and food supplies to go to Gaza. But nobody dealt seriously with the ICJ, and as if it's intellectual gathering. ICJ or ICC has no army. They have no law enforcement agency. Their army and the law enforcement agency, the states. And they did nothing. as if they don't care about it. And then, because of the credibility of the ICC was almost in mud, there was warrant issued against 2. They have all the chain of command. It's not only Gallant and Bibi who are involved in the genocide. Hundreds of Israeli leaders on the political, army, and security levels are involved in this. And most of it, usually in the genocide case, the most critical part to prove intent. The Israelis were saying that publicly, on the record, hiding nothing about their intent. Well, 18 months, the genocide going on. Day and night, round the clock. You didn't live that. I don't wish any of you live that. But to have the fear 24 hours a day, and to know you, your babies, your sons and daughters, your wife, your husband, your mom, your dad, your neighbor, your friend, you can miss it any minute. Partially, completely, entire area being erased, entire house disappear. And if it's death, that's fine. It's mercy. But displacement from one place to another, starvation, you don't have a piece of bread to eat, you cannot feed your babies, your sons and daughters, the sick, the elderly. You see by your own eye how legitimately by Israel hospitals are target, declared target. And they bring babies from the incubators at the hospitals. And they line them up on the table, not killing them inside, put them out of the incubators in tens, and they screen them and publish them. Proud of what they are doing, the most ethical army on earth. And they push people from one place to another all over Gaza. The 2.1 million people concentrated in 27 square kilometers in Rafah and Mawasi area. That was late April. And Netanyahu insisted to attack. Europe said, no, no, you shouldn't do that. US said, you shouldn't do that. Do you know what does that mean? When he wanted to attack Rafah on May 7th, 2024, almost a year ago, the plan was Gazans to Sinai. Those who are in the 27 square kilometers, to give the final push and go to Sinai. Fortunately, Gaza, 78% of it are refugees. And having that chemistry in Gaza is unique. And that's why people do have what we call it the trauma of Nakba. Never again. We cannot make it once again. We have one Nakba in our history, and we concluded very, very hard lesson. Never again. And that's why people went back to the north. And now the slogan in the north never will be in the south, not to Sinai. What I'm telling is not secret, and it's in the public domain. This is live streamed. The whole world know it and watch it. You don't need Raji Surani, you don't need experts in international law, you don't need... They tried to hide it. And that's the reason of erasing the journalists in Gaza. Even journalists, were erased to tell really what's going on. And that's why not a single foreign journalist or visitor to Gaza came during this period. Fortunately, it is known and it's all over the place. For last 30 years or so, I'm coming to this place. And we are telling what's going on. So to make sure nobody claim we don't know. They know in details everything. In 1999, we were addressing EU with the association agreement. Simple. You have that agreement conditioned Israel respect the human rights. There is no single article or sentence I mentioned they didn't violate it. So why you rewarding Israel? These are privileges. I'm not asking to sanction. No, it's a privilege. And nothing really happening. 65% of the Israeli trade comes to Europe tax exempted. They are part of the revision, academic exchange, space exchange. I mean, whatever you can think, soccer, basketball, why you are giving Israel these privileges? I want one to answer me. Never there was any logical or human or legal answer. It's Israel. Now.
Okay. Shall you continue?
Yes. So association agreement, it's not a luxury. It's not a choice. If Europe have the minimal respect for human rights, they should seize it. They should freeze it on the spot and stop giving Israel the word. How can Europe legitimize our slaughter? How they can not be complicit, but partner in the genocide? They legitimize the genocide by saying Israel has the right of self-defense. You know what's going on. You know what's going on, genocide. And you say Israel has the right of self-defense. I want one to answer me whether occupation a crime of aggression or not. Occupation by itself is a crime. When you say it's legitimate to have self-defense for occupation, you are just disrespect the intelligence of anybody on earth. That's so rude. And Europe is still insisting that Europe do have the right till this moment. How Europe can have 3 provision measures decisions and doing nothing. They have to activate that. One last thing, Europe voted on simple thing. The Europe voted on the illegality of the occupation decision, which was on the 19th of July last year, and it should be concluded. They are given 1 year of the General Assembly resolution to end the occupation. Since then till today, nothing has been carried by Europe. That's why, in simple words, it's not lack of facts, it's not lack of knowledge, it's not lack of knowledge of law. Their legal obligations, which is basic, fundamental, they are not respecting. That's why they are not complicit. They are partners in the genocide and what's going on against the Palestinian people. If we are not politically correct, we have to say it up in a clear-cut way. 5 countries in Europe were special, unique, exceptional: Spain, Ireland, Luxembourg, Belgium, and Slovenia. Norway followed, which is fantastic. But the rest of Europe, they have very shameful position as far. I'm sorry to say that. I have to stop, as I understood now, but Israel has a problem, serious problem with us. We are the stones of the valley. We have been there since ever. We will continue there forever. Nobody will take the hope and the strategic optimism from our hearts and mind. We will continue our struggle till we achieve our dignity, justice, self-determination, and independence. One day, occupation will end. Thank you.
So thank you, Raji, for this moving testimony, for this cry for justice, I would say. So now I would take some questions, if there are. Okay, yes, please.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. I hope that you listen to me. Thank you both. My question is to Claudio. I just would like to ask you to reflect whether the international human rights organizations have been living up to the moment, and if they have done everything in their power really to stop genocide, including Human Rights Watch. Thank you.
And then the second one.
Excusez-moi, je suis en décalé avec avec la langue.
I apologize, but I was listening to the translation, so that's why I was late. I would like to thank the Greens for organizing this event. It's not my political family, but I would like to point out those deep values that you're defending today with this event you have organized. It's a block of resistance, what we are seeing today, though we are not going beyond. And if we want to do more for this genocide, for the Palestinian genocide, but we have this resistance which is getting organized. As somebody was saying, patience is revolutionary. And among the people in the world, the Palestinian people is definitely revolutionary because of its struggle, of its battle. And I have a question for Claudio Francavilla about repression. Repression for the Palestinian people is maybe the most repressed people in the world. But before, you talked about bad faith in some countries, among them France. And this is really impressing Palestinians. Georges Ibrahim Abdallah, for example, he is the oldest political detainees in the world. He's been in prison for 40 years. And he's not in the Orban prisons. He's not imprisoned in Hungary or Belarus, but he's imprisoned in France, the country of the freedom of expression of Macron and so further and so on. So I would like to point out the following, because there are French Europeans, MEPs, that can act with all the lawyers regarding the crime of apology that has been used for this repression. In 2014, well, from 1994 to 2014, this crime had 14 sentences in the press, and in 2014 the Socialist Party included the crime of apology in criminal law. And in 2015 there were more than 300 sentences that were issued because of this crime of apology, especially regarding Palestinians. And now we have more than 1,000 sentences for apology for the Palestinian question. So I would like to ask all the speakers, all these international lawyers, I would like to ask you the following. We must carry out a coordinated offensive against this crime of apology in France, because the issue is not simply knowing whether genocide is there or not, but the issue is knowing how many genocides are there, because we have human genocide, but we also have political genocide, then we have a media genocide, and we have an extension of genocide at all levels, preventing people from expressing themselves with respect to this. So I would like to know whether we can organize this attack against everything that prevents us from claiming self-determination of the Palestinian people. And thank you very much to all of you for this excellent event. Thank you.
Okay.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes et merci beaucoup pour l'organisation de ce colloque.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for organizing this event. Yesterday, we talked very much about commitment, and also today there were many testimonies. And the campaign I'm promoting is an important tool available.
Que nous puissions élargir la mobilité.
The civil society. We are civil society. How can we expand this to sanction the Israeli regime? I'm talking about the BDS. Thank you very much. Simon assumes I am the speaker of the SEDEC collective. This is a Jewish anti-racist collective organized in France. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. Thank you very much for organizing these 2 days. We've all understood through all the speakers what is at stake, and which is very important, and what lies ahead of us. So the question I'm asking today is not of a juridical nature, but it's of a political nature. Inga Anaifi yesterday used the right words. She said there's no justice without commitment. And I would like to go back to the question that was asked before, commitment. My question is simple. At the end of this conference, are you going to issue an official release signed by the organizers of this conference that can be used as a foundation to recognize this genocide which is ongoing in Gaza. And I would like to know whether this text can be published. And I don't want it to be the finishing point of this conference, but the starting point, so that the commitment will expand and will be facilitated. And then another additional proposal. There are many people in this room representing various organizations and the civil society. I saw before that our email addresses have been shared on a sheet of paper. I would like to know if organizers can very briefly write an appeal, because we cannot conclude these 2 days. We cannot leave this room without an appeal, without a text, something concrete that can be used by us on the ground to expand our commitment and support to the Palestinian people. Thank you very much.
Okay. No, because I want to start with the answer because we don't have time. Yeah. I'm sorry.
My question is going to be very quick.
Okay.
And I would like to speak about the role of the media in the genocide. As we know, there cannot be a genocide without the dehumanization of the victims. It has been the case in Rwanda and many other genocides. This is very clearly the case for Palestine. So I would like to know if there is any possibility or any initiative to take legal actions against the media as they are disseminating the Zionist propaganda. Thank you.
So, Claudio, do you want to start?
Thanks. Very interesting questions. I'll start by the very pertinent one from Tamam. No. It's been, we have been lagging behind as international human rights organization, and I think I referred to that in my speech. Many of these international human rights organizations are based in the West. We have to reflect upon the fact that we come from former colonial powers. We have a certain history. We are based here. We are exposed from the moment that I was born to a certain narrative about this. And these probably results at least into some form of implicit bias or unconscious bias at best that we are slowly trying to cope with. So the answer is no, but it's also we are getting there. We're working on it. And I appreciate that in the movement we are building more and more bridges, and we are focusing more on what we have in common and what, you know, we appreciate that we are all on the same boat going in the same direction, even if there are some nuances in some differences of smaller things that should not prevent us from working together. On the role of the media, I think Francesca is working on that, on a report on the role of the media, and it's shocking, and probably the same bias that I mentioned is there. And you know, one thing is if you say 25 children killed in a heinous attack to the hospital in the genocide by Israeli authorities. One other thing is if you say 25 juveniles dead in attack near a medical facility, the Hamas-led Ministry of Health of Gaza says. Now, the impact, the emotional impact, and we have seen, you know, many scholars have worked on that, and but the good news is that it's working. Is that despite that filter, more and more people are aware. It's hard to find any good news when the atrocities are going on. But if there is one, is that if you go in the streets and you ask the people what is the Nakba, many more people know it now than 2 years ago. So the awareness is raising, is growing. The problem is turning into pressure on the politicians and on the governments. This is not really working. People don't vote based on the foreign policy. People vote based on the economy, on jobs, on other issues. It is not a predominant issue. I think we need to do a better job in that. On the BDS, all I can say is that people have the right to do the BDS. And it's very concerning that it's been criminalized in many places. The boycott was one of the tools that were used to dismantle the apartheid in South Africa. People should have the absolute right to decide what they buy, why they buy it, what they don't buy, why they don't. We as Human Rights Watch, we do not necessarily endorse this, but we insist on the right of the people to use the tools that they have. And yes, we need to build bridges, we need to build connection. I didn't mention this, but in February we coordinated action by 163 NGOs and trade unions from across Europe asking for a ban of trade with settlements, including very, very big trade unions from France, from Italy, from elsewhere. I will tell you that we are still waiting for a reply to that letter, and that repeated request for meeting with the cabinet of von der Leyen and the cabinet of the trade commissioner is missed. I mentioned the opportunity earlier about the UN conference, and we should be strategic in trying to link the debate that will be there about the recognition of the state of Palestine, which is not in my mandate, it's not for me to comment on that. But the logic of the need to ban trade with settlements as a necessary corollary to the recognition of Palestinian state, and as needed to comply with international law. We need to work more among ourselves and better, but we have the tools, and I think that the trend, I know it's hard to believe it, but the trend in our societies, I think, is positive.
Thank you. Do you want to add something, or otherwise I would ask the organizers on one of the organizers to answer. Thank you.
Sí, es para responder a la pregunta que se nos ha formulado a los eurodiputados, que efectivamente.
Well, I would like to turn to the MEPs. After these days, there will be sheets that or forms that you can fill in with your thoughts, impressions, proposals for action. And this will all become part of a text. We are working on it, which should be a roadmap to mark our path, our journey for the next few months, the next few years. And we will return this document to you. So if you agree with that, you can sign it and countersign it. And I would like to thank the colleague who spoke on behalf of a Jewish group, because this will help us a lot and will support us. Because when we organize events like this, sometimes we receive attacks. We are told we are making anti-Semitic discourse, and we are very happy to see Jewish people participating with us at these meetings. Thank you.
Raji, to conclude, do you want to add something?
We are seeing now in Europe something unprecedented. It's ugly, sad, and bad. 2 weeks ago in Germany deported some people who demonstrated in solidarity with Palestine against the genocide, and they were deported to Europe. I mean, they are European citizens. They were deported to Spain and Ireland. That's a big shame. We see in some other European countries, they are planning demonstrations, meetings in solidarity with Palestine. Now, they are not only complicit and partners, even those who are protesting against the genocide, they are targeted. There is a real rise for the right wing in Europe. And all of us know what does that mean. And they are in very, very strong coalition partnership with the government of Israel, especially the right-wing government, especially Netanyahu and the Likud. And if this continue, I'm telling you, we are paying, but everybody will pay. So fighting against the rule of jungle, it's not Palestinian mission. It's all the free committed people who believe in rule of law, mission and omission. This is not something related to us. Gaza can be the graveyard of international law. It can be. And we can pay very deep and heavy price. But believe me, if this happens, all of you will pay. The whole world will pay. And that's what we shouldn't allow to happen. So we have to stand up, shape up, energize ourselves, knowing that we are defending just, fair, right cause, legitimate cause, and from there, I mean, we have to depart for a new horizon. We are talking now, sitting in this nice room. Meanwhile, in every minute, in every hour, every day, people are dying, suffering, and in genocide situation. So maximize your effort to stop this genocidal war. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now,
I will invite.
Yes.
You can also say if you want. Okay, you can leave. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sí, sí, sí. Comment tu fais?
Je fais.
Ouais.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers invités.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear speakers, dear colleagues, after listening to your voices here in the European Parliament, after listening to the voices of legal experts, experts in international law, and direct testimonies in Gaza, I would like to point out why I am convinced that this event was extremely important. Yes, we knew already that we were facing a genocide in Gaza. Probably all the people present here were already aware of that. But this event was fundamental because we could hear your voices in a European institution, demonstrating point by after point why this is, in our opinion, a genocide. Yes, this is the case. However, many politicians decide not to listen to your voice, and this is where law comes into place. This is where people's seat pressure come into place. This is where you come into place. We didn't want to speak on your behalf. We wanted to listen to the voices of witnesses, survivors, medical staff, legal experts, and we wanted to tell the truth here in the European Parliament so that there are no longer excuses, to reawaken the consciences of our colleagues, member states, European Commission. Those people can never say they were not aware of what is going on. We have listened to your voices here in the European Parliament. We have sent those messages to awaken, to reawaken their consciences. We, in this Parliament, and you outside this Parliament, we all have a historic responsibility. What happens in Gaza is not simply a humanitarian tragedy. It's not simply a consequence of war. It's a systematic attack. It's a systematic destruction. And civil society is the victim, vital infrastructure, population who cannot live in adequate conditions. This genocide is taking place under everybody's eyes. Independent experts, authorities, organizations, humanitarian organizations have documented and have proved what's happening. They have launched an alarm. But there is a question that people are still asking, and sincerely, honestly, I don't understand why. I don't understand how you can deny what's happening. No expert can say the opposite today. So what is happening? What is happening actually? Among politicians, nationally and in Europe, there are people who know, who see what is happening and how you, just like us, they know what is happening. And the more things continue, the more the Israeli cause is impossible to defend, also in their eyes. It's not that they don't see, but they don't want to see. They don't want to see because they've been blinded by propaganda. They don't want to see because it's easier when you are a political and economic partner. They don't want to see because they are racist and because they follow the colonialism of the past. And the enemy is always those people who are less like you. They don't want to see. So our role is to always show what is happening. You are here in the European Parliament for Palestine. There are people shouting outside of this door saying enough is enough. But most MEPs don't want to listen to these screams, to this outcry. Not even von der Leyen is listening to that. And the entire European Commission is not listening to those voices. And our role is to show through amendments, resolutions, speeches, delegations, exchanges. We have a role in these institutions. Make everybody understand that what is happening is genocide. International law is clear in this respect. We cannot deny it. If we deny it, we are accomplices. We are complicit. If we deny it, it means we accept it. It means we are not saying things as they are. It means betraying. Genocide is a crime against the true essence of humanity. And as Primo Levi, a survivor, said, all this happened, all this can happen again, all this will happen again. At the time of the Shoah, people refused to see, but we are not going to refuse to see. We want to honor the founding commitment of the European Union. This will never happen again. This must be a true formula. This must be a categoric imperative, a human imperative, because in Gaza, we don't simply have bodies that we are killing, but it's the idea of the dignity of a people, of a population to which fundamental rights are denied. Gaza for Israel is the beginning of a wider project that will affect the West Bank and Jerusalem as well. And there's a specific point I would like to underline, which is the following. That's the issue of journalists. Journalists are fundamental for our fight, for our struggle. We haven't talked so much about journalists, but journalists are also the voice of Palestine. This morning I heard that Alice Samudei, a journalist who was with Shirin Ablaqeh, has just been arrested. Israel can do what they want. They can even arrest journalists without being punished. We must protect journalists. Journalists who are the victims of Israel. And here on the postcards, on the posters, you see some of their names. Here in Parliament, thanks to their voices, we will never stop. We will not stop in the European Parliament. We will keep saying things as they are. Stop with slaughter. Sanctions are necessary for Israel. Sanctions that must hit the responsible. Commercial sanctions. The association agreement must be suspended. The support to the International Criminal Court, all the warrants of arrest, we must support all the independent investigations for these crimes. Stop with double standards. Stop with impunity. Stop exporting arms to Israel. We must be straightforward against European complicity, and we need lawyers, we need your support. I would like to conclude with another quotation from Elie Wiesel, another survivor from Auschwitz. Neutrality helps oppressor, never victim. Silence encourages the killers and never the victims. Neutrality is never loving victims, and silence encourages killers, never victims. Today, our silence is another crime, and we will never accept this. Thank you very much.
Won't be easy to speak now, for sure. So first of all, let me say thank you to you all to be here, for the work you do on the local level, the work you do everywhere. Thank you for the fights. We know that these fights are not easy, for some less than the others, for the background, for the history. But you all are here, you all fight, you all keep fighting, and this is extremely important. I also want to thank, bear with me, I need to read the list, the people that are on the top of the Member of Parliament that you saw have been the ones that actually hands-on have been working days and nights and weekends to do this event. I have a list, but I hope I will not forget anyone. I want to thank Gloria, Adriana, Gonzalo, Angel, Marion, Paul, Luis, Beatrice, Andrea, and Gino, because you've been amazing, because you've been working for 6 months to allow all of us to do this. So thank you all. So I was thinking today about these closing remarks, and I thought when a few months ago I had the pleasure to meet Dr. Moghrabi. They was here today with us. We were in this room, in this parliament, and as he did today, he was explaining what was going on in the hospital, the SARS, and all the story of the medical staff and the kids and everything. And I think as it might have happened today, I started to cry, and I couldn't stop, and I couldn't speak because I was crying too much, and I felt completely ashamed because I felt I didn't have the right to cry, because I don't feel even an inch of that pain. I felt I wasn't entitled to feel the pain if all these people are feeling and proving what they are feeling and proving. If the stories that were given to me were so cruel, I, in this parliament, sitting in this seat, I didn't have the right to cry, but I did, because I'm a human being and we all are. And I felt powerless, because I felt I was sitting here, I have the opportunity to speak with the commissioner, to speak with the ministers, to speak with so many people, to speak with my colleagues. I am in a legislative body, and I felt powerless, because it doesn't matter how much we shout, we cannot do anything. And then I entered this room today, and I felt that many of you were feeling like that. Many of you were feeling the pain, were feeling powerless, were feeling that feel of injustice. Many of us have been feeling like this these 2 days. Many of us have been feeling like this for a long time. And this is even more true for who is living this injustice day and night in Palestine and outside of Palestine. And in these 2 days, we have gathered information, we have gathered experts, we have gathered anything that we need to recognize that even if we all knew before, but we have put together a bunch of information, experts and speeches that now we can easily, even in these institutions, say we have complete proof that this is a genocide. So now we need to we cannot allow that feeling of being powerless to be immobility. We cannot allow that pain to become pity. That pain needs to become anger, that needs to become fight, that needs to become power, that needs to become a common fight that needs to be stronger. This is our responsibility. This is a common responsibility. And let me be clear with you. We are not doing this because we want to save Palestinians, because Palestinians do not need to be saved. They deserve to be treated with dignity. They deserve to be treated with humanity. They deserve their rights, fundamental, basic rights to be respected. They deserve to be treated as we treat any other person, as we treat any other population. They deserve international law as much as all the other victims, all the others oppressed. That's what they deserve. But we are doing this because we have a moral and legal obligation as institutions, as politicians, as activists, as human beings to get together in our fight. So now we have a moral and legal responsibility to gather together what we have heard, learned, experienced, and understood these days. As my colleague Jaume was saying, we will get this report, but this will not be empty words. We will get this report into a fight for the recognition of genocide in these institutions. Because I'm sorry when they say you can call it as you want, it's the same thing. It's not, because this is a genocide, and if we legally recognize as European Parliament that this is a genocide, then we legally recognize that we are complicit in a genocide. And that's why words are important. That's why we created international law, because legal terms, laws, and processes are extremely important to understand who are the victims and who are the oppressors, to understand who is on the right side and who is on the wrong side. And if we don't understand and recognize that this is a genocide, and we don't do immediately anything in our power to stop this genocide, then we are on the wrong side, then we are complicit. And this is a fight. This will be a common fight. We will fight this fight together. I'm extremely glad that we gathered here in this building, a building that can feel like a building of power. We need to get that power to be on the right side, to stop the genocide for a free and just Palestine.